believe, I ask permission to move the following motion. Whereas Section 441 of the Public Finance Management Act 2004, number 2, provides that the Cabinet may, on the advice of the Financial Secretary, make such regulations as are necessary or expedient for the proper carrying out of the purposes of this Act, including regulations for A, the care and custody of and accounting for any stores, supplies, plant, equipment, machinery, tool, vessel, vehicle, livestock, or thing being the property or in the possession or under the control of the government. B, the appointment of a tenders board and for the procurement of goods and services by the government, whether by tender, direct purchase, or otherwise. C, the disposal by auction, sale, transfer, or otherwise of any stores, supplies, plant, equipment, machinery, tool, vessel, vehicle, livestock, or thing being the property or in the possession or under the control of the government. D, the giving on loan or hire of any stores, supplies, plant, equipment, machinery, tool, vessel, vehicle, or thing being the property or in the possession or under control of the government. E, the appointment of an accident investigation board to inquire into the causes and costs of accidents involving damage to any plant, equipment, machinery, vessel, vehicle, or other thing being the property or in the possession or under the control of the government, and to assess the extent of any blame or negligence on the part of the drivers or operators responsible for or in control of such plant, equipment, machinery, vessel, vehicle, or thing. Whereas under Section 442 of the Act provides that regulations made under Section 441 shall be subject to an affirmative resolution of the House of Assembly, whereas the Cabinet, in exercise of the powers conferred on it by Section 441 of the Act, made by the Public Finance Management Amendment Regulations 2024, bracketed the regulations, on the 22nd day of July 2024, to amend Section 1753 of the Public Finance Management Regulations 2005, Statutory Instrument number 87 of 2005. Whereas the regulations was published in the Gazette on the 22nd day of July 2024 by way of advanced notice, and whereas the regulations are laid on the table of the House of Assembly on the 30th day of July 2024, now therefore be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the regulations laid on the table of the House of Assembly on the 30th day of July 2024. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to offer a few brief remarks to explain this resolution. This is part of the COI recommendation. I think it's number A3, and it's aimed at greater transparency and good practice in government. At the moment, Madam Speaker, Cabinet does not have to accept the recommendations of the Central Tenders Board. In fact, we all know that as it goes, the Cabinet does not have to accept the recommendation of the highest or any tender. This level of flexibility could lead to inadequate safeguards, according to the reviewer. Therefore, with this resolution, which seeks to tighten and provide the requisite safeguards, with this resolution, the Central Tenders Board recommendations can be rejected only in exceptional circumstances. These exceptional circumstances, must be conveyed to the Central Tenders Board. In addition, if or when these circumstances are used, in addition, the Cabinet can reject the recommendation of the Central Tenders Board where there is force majeure or where there is just not enough financing in the budget for the project to be implemented. And so, Madam Speaker, I put forward this resolution for consideration of the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Any member wish to debate on this resolution? I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what is happening to us? Madam Speaker, these things sound simple, they sound logical, but they're destroying us as a government and a people. And nobody seems to be able to stand up and say, enough is enough. Madam Speaker, you have the highest decision-making body, the Cabinet, who cannot question anything. Because in exceptional circumstances, I don't know, exceptional means. In other words, something that the Cabinet collectively don't want to do any further, could only do it on the grounds that insufficient money is in the budget. And they know they're hurting us, they know they're doing the wrong thing. The country, the economy of the country is in chaos. It's nothing is happening except, Madam Speaker, the Deputy Premier and I tried to cut some bush. We have basically relegated ourselves into cutting bush. And we can't even get some bush cut. And here we are this morning telling us the Cabinet cannot make any decision unless it's exceptional. The people need to understand that if these things are happening, then you need to send people to the Cabinet that can fight and stop some of this stuff from happening. Madam Speaker, this is only one of the symptoms or one of the actions. There are other actions that we have done before, and we coming up to the 31st of this, that's going to really destroy our country and our people. And they know it. The last minister who was here asked me, what is these things doing to the economy and stuff of the country? Because they recognize it is hurting the economy. Madam Speaker, I really don't know what to say anymore. This is dangerous. All the stuff that you heard the acting premier read out in the resolution, whereas the appointment of the tender board and for the procurement of goods and services, the regulation before the House has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the tenders board making a decision, sending it to cabinet, and cabinet could only say things in exceptional circumstances, or the Minister of Finance will have to go into the budget and move the money, so we don't have any monies for that project anymore. This is wrong, and they know it's wrong. They have never run a candy shop in their life, and they're here telling us to do all this foolishness in our country, just because some things happened in the past. Madam Speaker, wherever you put bad people, they will do bad things. But that's no reason for the 95% of us who are willing to do good things to be subjected to some of this foolishness. Madam Speaker, I know the members on the other side don't agree with it, but it seems like they have no strength or will to do anything about it. We can't even get our people to cut bush, clean a drain, clean a gut in this country, unless we go through a long, drawn-out process called, what the process called right now? The program. The rated program. In order for us to get our people to work, we got to go through and create a thing that doesn't work. You go up in the countryside, even right there in McNamara. If you leave my house and go up to catch the Paul Watley bypass, the grass is meeting on both sides. The road is dirty, rocks are in the road, and you can't get. Madam Speaker, and we are here doing things like this. Madam Speaker, if some serious amendment is not made to this, I can't support this. I don't care who said what. This is stupidness. Our forefathers, the guys on the wall, fought so hard, and they had their problems. And the other side gets up every time and says they inherit this and they inherit that. Man, if you get the inheritance, use it to the best of your ability. If you don't know what to do with the inheritance, then give it to somebody else. But, Madam Speaker, this cannot, these things are hurting us, and there's something, a bill that is before the House, we're probably going to look at on Friday, the vetting process. Madam Speaker, based on what they say, none of us will be employed in this country. In a little country like this, where everybody's family, everybody know each other. And here we are, they're doing everything in their power at this time to destroy us. And they can't tell me that these things are not going to destroy us. One governor comes, he tightens the screw, he leaves, the other one comes and tightens it further. Eventually we're going to be useless. We're almost useless right now. Madam Speaker, this resolution, unless it is changed, but when it changed now, you come back in out of committee, out of whatever, you can't really, but there's no committee for it anyway, it's a resolution. Madam Speaker, I cannot support this. I cannot support this. So please, government members, make sure you have more than on that side than we have on this side, if you want it to be approved, because I really can't at this time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member wish to debate? I call on the acting premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his contribution. Madam Speaker, if I may say a little more about the resolution. First of all, I want to say that In terms of the reviewer that I mentioned, Madam, it was one of our more eminent, one of our more eminent legal practitioners that felt that there was too much flexibility, or as the lawyers will say, what that you would use, too much discretion, and that this could lead to a legal challenge. So that was one of the reasons. In terms of the exceptional circumstances, Madam Speaker, exceptional circumstances could be pretty broad, and could mean almost anything, depending on who brings it. Of course, we would be very responsible as members of the House, members of Cabinet, in terms of not agreeing with the Central Tenders Board. But the exceptional circumstances does give, or that phrase does give us the requisite leeway, if you want to call it that. I'd also like to say that where force majeure speaks for itself, a hurricane, we're right in the hurricane belt, earthquake, similarly, and so on. I'd also like to go back up to the Central Tenders Board, and we all know that the Central Tenders Board is comprised of very competent and experienced persons. So we would expect them to send to Cabinet a recommendation with the requisite strength, depth, whatever you want to call it, in terms of putting forward that recommendation. And it is not that the budget will be changed or moved, but the budget may not be able to bear the cost that's put forward. So those are the three circumstances. And Madam Speaker, I have to agree with the Leader of the Opposition in relation to the rated program. It does need to be fixed. I believe we are well on the way to fixing it. And I am hoping that come August, Monday, less than a week away, McNamara and Rowtown, in fact, the whole territory, would look as it should look. We thank God for all the rains that we have had, but we need to have in place a regular system to keep our country beautiful. Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his views. I think that this resolution would strengthen, as I said before, our governance, our transparency, and our good practice in government. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Madam Clerk. Let's just take a brief recess. Well, This House now resumes its sitting. I call upon the clerk.
Honorable Dr. Carl Dawson.
Please, mics. Ensure mics are on.
Honorable Sherry D. DeCastro. Honorable Julian Fraser. Honorable Stacy Mather.
Say absent. Ensure you sit out there absent, please.
Sorry. Honorable Sherry D. DeCastro. Absent. Honorable Julian Fraser. Absent. Honorable Stacy Mather.
No.
Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
No.
Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Yes.
Honorable Ronnie W. Skelton.
No.
Honorable Lorna G. Smith.
Yes.
Honorable Luce Hodge Smith.
Yes.
Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
No. No.
Honorable Myron B. Waldwin.
No.
Honorable Dr. Natalia D. Whitley. Absent. Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Yes.
The results of the division is as follows. 5 members voted 5 ayes, 5 noes. Given that there is a tie, obviously the speaker is then responsible under Standing Order 49 to give his or her casting vote. In relation to this, I was really hoping to hear a bit more in terms of the debate from members on their views as to whether or not me now being in this position to have a casting vote should in fact vote in favor. But given the situation and where we are, I will give my casting vote and say aye. So therefore, the motion is passed. I call upon the clerk.
Private members' business. Item number 9, other business.
All right, members, we are on any other business. Members are given 40 minutes each for any other business. And may I just remind members, please, of the House rules and decorum expected of members to ensure at all time there's proper use of language that there is no interruption while members are on their feet or unless you're rising on a point of order or privilege. So may I just remind members to be respectful at all times. Thank you. So members, any other business? Any member wish at this time to rise? If not, I'll have to call on the Deputy Premier to the acting Premier to lead us into an adjournment. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton. As I said, members, 40 minutes. 40.
Long time has passed since we were able to ask questions. Basically, and I thank you for the opportunity and the Premier and the acting Premier for this opportunity. I know we had to we had some back and forth, whether or not we were happy to talk on the business. Madam Speaker, since we're here, how we did, there are some significant damage in the building and Sixteenth. And I heard the Premier at a function of the college and donated $200,000 each for each of those countries. I think it was yesterday, I know, we did Omar and Maria. It was here. Quite a lot of people from wherever, I think, Dominica, people are here on the ground. What is we don't know that Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I have to start over. Madam Speaker, it's a long time since we were able to do other business, and we have, because of the emergencies as it relates to the COI report and all the bills that are coming to this house, we basically is assisting the government in our country by not asking some pressing questions that the public would like answers for. And I would like to thank you, Madam Speaker, for agreeing for today, because I know last week whether or not this meeting would have happened was in limbo. And again, Madam Speaker, this is the only time we have the opportunity to really let the public know what is happening in some of the pressing issues that are confronting our country. Madam Speaker, since we were here last, like I mentioned earlier, that Hurricane Beryl have caused some extensive damage in St. Lucia, in St. Vincent and Grenada. And at the meeting at the college last Tuesday, the Premier has pledged $200,000 to each of these countries to assist in their recovery. Madam Speaker, when Omar and Maria hit us, these countries came to our rescue, and we were able to to keep our financial services running, because some of the things were relocated to St. Lucia. And I know St. Vincent, and I think it was Dominica, were on the ground within 48 hours to see what they can do to help us. We had a complete loss of our electrical system, complete destruction, and we were able to get help from all of these countries to restore it in a very short space of time. So that contribution, I think, while people will say that roads have potholes and bush are not clean to give people money, I think we cannot be ungrateful in circumstances like these. So, Madam Speaker, I joined the Premier and, giving that donation to these countries. Madam Speaker, festival is here when we are celebrating the emancipation of our forefathers some 190 years ago. I know for some people who don't celebrate the emancipation, but festival for us is really about the emancipation of our forefathers. Like I mentioned in this house on many occasions, I am a fifth generation from the slave plantation in Nottingham, so it's close. For me, it's those who are further away, like the 10th cousin. You don't know the 10th cousin. You don't know the first, the second, the third. Well, I know the fifth. And it means a lot to us. And the guys on the wall, Madam Speaker, from Lavity to Wheeler, Cyril, Ralph, Smith, they all contributed to the development of our country, and they worked real hard to make it happen. Each one of those guys on the wall have done something significant for our country and to our country. Madam Speaker, but we can't go back now. I know, like I mentioned earlier, the other side like to talk about the inheritance. But each one of those guys have passed on an inheritance which the subsequent leader put it to good use and multiplied. Like the story in the Bible, you give one 10, you give one 5, you give one 1. And the one hide it under a rock and complain and say, I know you had taskmaster, so I save it so he could give it back to you. And you take it from him and give it to the one with the most. So to complain about your inheritance make good use of your inheritance. It works every time. So, Madam Speaker, I also want to extend my congratulations to Robin Gall, who served as the chairman of the Financial Services Commission for many, many years. I think during my term as Minister of Finance way back 2003-07. He was appointed then, I think. I could be corrected. And, he has done a tremendous job, and now the time has come for him to basically change gear and move from that position. And I just want to wish him all the best in his future endeavors, because it's important for him to understand that we all in this house we do appreciate what he has done for us in the financial services sector. Madam Speaker, like I mentioned before, the economy of this country is not as good as it should be, and it seems that we don't know how to make it better. But something that is bothering me, and I mentioned it very early in this house, in the Deputy Premier then and Minister for Financial Services gave us some assurances that she will look into some of this stuff. That is insurance and banking. Madam Speaker, insurance is another element of this country that is threatening to destroy all that we have built. It basically, we are looking at the younger generation and saying that, they need a job to cut bush and do all of this stuff, but any wealth building mechanism that they put in place to build a house, a dwelling house, is a major, major issue, because if you go to the bank, Madam Speaker, for $400,000-$500,000 to build that house, the mortgage on it is going to be probably about 60% or 60-something percent of your income. And on top of that, after you finish building the house, you have to insure it. And Madam Speaker, you have to come up with another 1/3 of that mortgage payment every month to cover the insurance on this property. Madam Speaker, if anyone does the mathematics, will recognize that we have a real serious issue confronting us. Because if you don't have good paying jobs, you will not be able to build a house and have, through the banks, that is, and be able to insure it. Because when insurance is going to cost $15,000, $20,000 to insure a property. And Madam Speaker, I think the insurance members of this country the insurance regulators of this country needs to start looking into some of this stuff. Because, Madam Speaker, a hurricane comes. If you have a solid concrete house, concrete roof, the only thing could happen is the windows and doors could be destroyed. They're going to tell you about earthquakes. But earthquake is a very minimal part of the policy. But if only the windows and the doors going to blow in for on a concrete house, if you have a wooden roof, the roof and the windows is going to be destroyed. Don't tell me about the content, because the content has to go under a special coverage. So therefore, Madam Speaker, for $1,500 a month divided by 12, you got to come up with about $1,200, $1,300 a month extra. Huh? 15,000 divided by 12. 1,200, I say, a month. Okay, my mistake. Okay, 15,000 divided by 12. So the public could understand that's what I meant. I said it wrong, so thanks for the correction. And that is about $1,200, $1,300 a month, Madam Speaker. Extra. Where are people going to get the disposable income to pay some of this stuff? It needs an insurance summit in this country. It needs something, because wealth creation by the younger generation is going to be a thing of the past. And these people know it. On top of the COI and all of these things that are happening to us, we're destroying ourselves and our people. And it's sad. It is sad, Madam Speaker. Every time 13 of us get here, we talk about cleaning gut and cutting bush. That's what we renegade our people to. Not about building wealth, building so that they can pass it on to their children and grandchildren. This can't be what we're all about. Madam Speaker, I plead with the Minister of Financial Services to look into this I know they're going to tell you all kind of stories. We got to come up with a solution to this problem, because this is going to destroy us. We're not going to be able to build homes anymore. Madam Speaker, banking is the other issue, and like I said, these are from some of the older people. Madam Speaker, the time has really changed during my lifetime. The bank used to pay you, come beg you to put your money into the bank, and they give you interest on your monies. Now the banks are charging you to keep your money, where they're going to invest it, make monies off of it, and they give you little or no interest, but they're charging you for keeping your money in the bank. Madam Speaker, and they know what they're doing is not right. And the older people got their money there sitting, said that's their funeral money. And they know the funeral money dwindling to zero if they don't add to it often. Don't take my word for it, go and investigate, and you'll know that that's exactly what they're doing. Madam Speaker, these are serious issues that are affecting people out there, and it needs to be looked into. Madam Speaker, we're approaching the hurricane season, and we have a lot of our people. A lot of our people with boats and stuff that can't go into the common land because the cargo boats and so forth, that needs to be anchored in hurricane shelters and so forth and so on. And our people will recognize that global warming and climate change is affecting everything, and hurricanes are becoming stronger. There's a depression now heading our way. They say it should get here tomorrow. Hopefully it will be just a depression with rain and wind, and not categorized as a hurricane until it leaves us. But Madam Speaker, these people need places to anchor their boats and so forth and so on. And we have a few places, and you talk about Seacover Harbor. We even can't get boats from the boats moved or destroyed or whatever from the last hurricane. Down in Seacoast Bay, we still have boats down there that needs to be moved. Madam Speaker, you know, the people need some assistance, but we are making it so difficult now that to get assistance to your people become an impossible task. And we're recognizing it. We're not recognizing it. Under the guise of Crown land and all those things that we did in here, that we argue against, those things are hamper these people, and it has already begun. Madam Speaker, we have guys on the wall have found ways to help our people, and we gotta continue to do that as long as we are here. As long as we are here, the lawmaking people of the country, we need to be able. They're even trying to tie our hands to make laws in the country. We are the highest lawmaking body in land. We make laws based on our knowledge and our cultural and history of our country. Send it down the road, it's not being assented to because they don't agree with it. And we sit in and nice, nice house slaves doing and saying nothing about it. But they know it's wrong under the guise of being somebody in the international community. They know it's wrong. We are in trouble. Acting Premier, we are in trouble as a people and a country. You know, like Moses said, I may not be here with you, but you will say that Ronnie said, these things are going to destroy us as a people. We are a small 2x4 country. About 32,000, 34,000 people. And the majority, half of it is people on work permit. Come on, what are we doing? Madam Speaker, what are we doing? We send our people away, they come back with law degrees, they come back with all sorts of degrees, think that they can help us, and it takes forever for them to get a job in the country. And their jobs. Their jobs, and they ain't just started, so I am not blaming this government because it's happened in the past, and who's doing all this stuff? You have a vetting thing coming before them. Tell me I see the regulation. When I see the regulation, I get a coronary something. Yeah, but I heard it. Okay. No, but these things cannot be allowed to happen under the guise. Madam Speaker, if I am a person with families from one end of Tortola to the other, all some good, very good people, some have hobbies that I don't want to be in, and so forth and so on. And you're vetting somebody who wants a job, and because they're associated with these people, their cousins, they may not be able to get a job because they're telling you they're telling you that you can hire a vetting company where somebody in Timbuktu, and there's such a place. I didn't know it till some day ago. Timbuktu, somebody in Timbuktu, they can employ who knows nothing about anything, just send you a report that is void of all the relationships, all the history, all the culture of this country. Yeah, it's crazy that what's happening to us. It is crazy because one man went into a whole bunch of foolishness. You know, I even had to defend my colleague from, not defend in terms of his fight, but, you know, when he said, I mash you up in. But if you hear the words without the video, you will come to that conclusion. But people need to understand that we are here fighting for our country and our people. You know, Madam Speaker, I am troubled. I am troubled. And if the people of this country don't understand that things could get worse, they're making a mistake. For as long as I'm here, I'm going to try to awaken the consciousness of the people from a national kind of perspective, because that's the only way we're going to survive. Not one of us, two of us, three of us, 10 of us, but all of us need to survive, and we need to do it. We need to be conscious of what we're doing. Madam Speaker, my time may up here, right? Madam Speaker, Probably the last thing I wanted, so we could get out of here before 12 o'clock. Madam Speaker, I want the young people of this country, I don't know if they're from this country or they're coming into this country and doing some of this stuff and leaving, going back to one of the neighboring islands. The killing that happened just a little over 48 hours ago, under 72 hours, about 4 o'clock Sunday morning. So, under 72 hours ago, you know, like I said last night, Mr. Todman's father, Austin, and his uncle Gene, we worked at electricity for many, many years, trying to keep the lights on in the Virgin Islands, from Antigua to Jocelyn X in more recent time. And, you know, I know the two young sons very early, missed them, but I know Mr. Tadman is putting up a good fight, showing a good face, but I know he has to be in pain. And these people, whether they're from here or they're coming into a country from the neighboring islands and doing stuff like this and leaving, I think this cannot help us. This is not what our forefathers' emancipation is all about. You know, and I hear people, the older generation like myself and a little younger, glorifying what this is all the young people know to do and they can do, but they need to stop. They're just destroying themselves. That's all is happening, and they're hurting families. You know, they're hurting families. We don't have any capital punishment. We don't have anything. So you find them, you put them in jail, you spend $55,000, $60,000 a year to keep them in jail, and that money can go into the education system of our people. So, Madam Speaker, I'm pleading with the young people to let us, for this 70th celebration, let us put down the guns and have some love and respect for each other, and let us celebrate what, I can't say all, but our great grandparents, you know, got, and let us celebrate in a peaceful, safe, and a joyful way, you know, because that's, at the end of life, that's the only thing that matters. Eat, drink, and be merry. That's what they say. So let us, please, young people, there's no need for that. And, you know, I always hear from the older generation, Madam Speaker, that the darkest hour is just before dawn. And that's around 4 o'clock in the morning when all the evil of the world is loose and they're trying to get back to the graveyards. And that's the time when we are out, when the younger generation is really having fun. And according to the older people, you need to get home at a more reasonable hour before these evil, you know, get into you. Madam Speaker, and, you know, like I said, the economy of this country needs immediate injection. And it's just like in the United States, Madam Speaker, when they realized the economy was faltering, they created a TAP program where they give the government, but they can print money, we can't, inject capital into infrastructure, roads, bridges, and those stuff to get people back to work and the economy moving. And I'm sure if you go to some of the cities that it happened to, you will see mass improvement in in public infrastructure, trains, bridges, roads. You'll see it right there in Miami. You'll see it. You go Orlando, you see it. You go further up north, you see it. So the government needs to get a pool of money to, put it in infrastructure, seaports, airports, and the roads of this country. Minister, I think you need to either buy asphalt or get your plant running, patch your roads for the holidays. Right there on Main Street there is, in the back street there are holes, potholes, and I don't know what is happening. You go up, drive some of the places. You need to get the roads patched. And I know some people think you should do that, but I think you need to patch them while you work on your master plan. And the roads need to be patched. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I will take my seat. Thanks for allowing me those few words.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to start off by expressing my condolences to those persons who would have lost loved ones since the last time we were able to speak in a forum like this in the House of Assembly. For some families, I know in District 6 that lost loved ones, and again I want to extend my condolences to them, particularly the Maduro family and others. Madam Speaker, we had some tragic incidences over the last couple of days where a young man was found on a dinghy. We don't know the circumstances surrounding it, but certainly we know the circumstances surrounding the recent murder. Madam Speaker, I want to encourage whoever may be involved in these types of activities, particularly now around festival where we're celebrating our emancipation, that we understand that we have freedom, but it's not freedom to do whatever we want. It's freedom to do what we can within the confines of the laws of the country. I want to encourage persons to hold it down this festival. I also want to encourage those persons in the public who may be able to assist the police, because the police can't solve crime without the help of the public. And sometimes we give the police a bad rap. We expect them to do everything, but sometimes we know what is going on and we don't offer assistance. I want to encourage persons to offer assistance, because if the place is not safe for one, it may not be safe for others either. We want a safe community for us to live in. Madam Speaker, I want to also congratulate those persons who have won competitions thus far for the 70th festival. And I want to encourage the Tourist Board and, of course, the Minister for Culture and Junior Minister to make the 70th as good and as memorable as they can. Madam Speaker, I want to speak first about the state of the economy of the country. I get up and lament on it from time to time. Just about every time I speak about the economy, because I am troubled about what I'm seeing. I'm troubled because I do not like, Madam Speaker, to see the way our people are living. Life is too difficult, unnecessarily difficult, for persons in this country, Madam Speaker. The economy, as I've said before, is flat. I've heard terms being used that it's robust and it's strong. Nothing could be further from the truth, because if the economy was working well, we wouldn't have some of the problems or some of the social problems that we are seeing happening in the country. Unemployment, for instance, Madam Speaker. I know we don't have proper numbers as to the level of unemployment, but unemployment is extremely high in the country, particularly among young people, particularly, Madam Speaker, among young men who, if they're not occupied, will get themselves into different things that will not be helpful to them and not be helpful to the community. Madam Speaker, we need to tackle the issue of unemployment at a more national and coordinated level. There needs to be some sort of national unemployment program that spans the private sector and spans the public sector to see how we can get our young people, in particular, gainfully employed and building skills and building up their capacity. Because the longer they stay out of work, the more difficult it is for them to get back into work. We have started the rated program. Madam Speaker, the program is not working. And we have to be honest with ourselves. The program is not working. Right now, as we speak, we had to have a meeting in here just before the last session to try to get some people out to work. The program is not funded. And so you have people out in the community working for 10 days. Madam Speaker, the inner roads of the community doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. And I don't know how many of you have been in contact with persons who have returned for the 70th, but people who have returned for the 70th, who have not been here for a while, cannot believe that this is the same BVI that they knew. When you look at the roads, I got my air peel off the other day, just over the weekend, from a gentleman who comes regularly. But he hasn't been here for the last 4 or 5 years. And he said, Marion, what is going on in the country? Why does the infrastructure of the country look the way that it looks? It is disgusting, Madam Speaker. And we can do better than this. This is not who we are. Usually, if you're a traveling person, one of the indicators as to the quality of life in a country is the condition of the roads. From the time you go there and you see the roads in a mess, you know that if the roads are not good, it's not scientific, but most often it is true. If the infrastructure, the road infrastructure is in a deplorable state, it means that the quality of life in that country is not good. And that is the case right now here, Madam Speaker, in the Virgin Islands. You hear me speak about the tourism industry all the time and the importance of getting that tourism industry up and running. Just imagine, Madam Speaker, just imagine, Peter Island Resort just spent millions and millions of dollars to upgrade their hotel. You're going to have people coming in there spending $1,000, $2,000 a night. They took a chance on the BVI and invested their money. To have their guests now come having to pay $1,000, $2,000 a night to come to an infrastructure that looks like what it is now. So they're doing their part. They're doing their part. But the government is not doing their part. You could imagine going to Peter Island, coming down to CSY Dock, coming from the airport, coming through that road alone, going up by the fire station, up by the community center to come over the hill, to come over Bellevue. You could imagine that experience, say that you go into a 5-star hotel where you're spending major dollars and you're there mitigating potholes. When you drop out of one, you drop in the next, you drop out of one, you drop in the next. That spoils your experience from the very beginning, Madam Speaker. And I don't know if the government understands what is going on. I don't know. I remember a few years ago I made a statement I said that St. Thomas was eating our lunch. And I explained what I meant. Because, Madam Speaker, one of the things about me, I spend time to read. And I understand, take the time to read and understand what's happening in other countries. So I saw what was happening from 2019. I saw it. And here now we are caught in a situation, again, where we're losing our market share in a major way. A lot of it is going to the neighboring USVI. That's the reality. Particularly from COVID. That is the reality. Just the other day, St. Thomas had a tourism summit to discuss how things happened over the last season, what are their plans for the future going forward, to make sure, because they recognize the importance of tourism to the economy. They even use one of our tourism experts, Ms. Flax Brutus, and brought her down there to tell them what they need to do to be able to continue to experience that level of growth that they're experiencing. But we have those experts like Sharon and others here, and for whatever reason we throw them on the side while other people are taking them up and using their ideas to move forward. The Premier the other day, I'm sorry he's not here, the other day said that tourism, and it's not the first time he has said it, that tourism is not rocket science. He said it several times. He has said it, and I take offense to that, because that is my first profession. That's where my training was, in the tourism industry. That is what got me whatever the little bit I have. And there are many other people who have studied tourism and been involved in the tourism industry. To say it's not rocket science, I interpret that as if it is something trivial. But if it's not rocket science, as you say, how you can get it right? How we can get it right? Here it is again. You have Madam Speaker, the tourist board there. I've heard from since 2021, I think it was, when the former Premier was in charge, that instructions were given to then the junior minister for tourism to do a tourism plan. Nothing has been produced. And now you heard the Premier just the other day saying that a tourism plan will be ready by the end of the year. So St. Thomas just had a summit looking at last year, looking at how they're going to build on this year, and we are waiting until the end of the year to see if that tourism plan that was supposed to be ready 3 or 4 years ago would be ready. Madam Speaker, the members of the opposition met and we spoke, and we said we need to call for a tourism summit as well in the Virgin Islands. So I'm putting it to the government that we need to also have a tourism summit, because tourism goes to the heart of the economy of this country, goes to the heart of it. And we can't continue to lose our market share to the USVI in particular. They're our neighbors, they're our families, they're our friends, but every single border got to take care of their own people first. I said they were eating our lunch, now they're gone with the fungi and fish. That's now the national dish in St. Thomas, fungi and fish, they're gone with it. It ain't been that just happened a month ago. That happened a month ago. That became their national dish a month ago. The same fungi and fish that we have. So I said at the plate, but I think I'm being interrupted. I thought you had some rules. Yeah. The same lunch that I talk about that was being eaten, now they're gone with a whole plate of fungi and fish. And they're gone with the tart them too. While we're not paying attention to anything, Madam Speaker, in the territory. Madam Speaker, small businesses in this country are having a difficult time. I sound like a broken record, but I have to say it. Because if the small businesses are not performing well, then the economy will not perform well, because that is the engine really of the economy. And that's where the employment begins for many persons who are getting into the field, Madam Speaker, of work. I remember one time I was out having a drink. And I was speaking with an older fellow. And he said to me, we're discussing business. I was probably 24 or 25 at the time. And he said to me, Myron, there's a difference between signing the front of a check and signing the back of a check. I pondered it in my heart like Mary for a little while to try to understand what he was saying. What he was saying to me is that when you sign the back of a check, you are an employee. You ain't got to worry about paying nobody. You just go, you sign the back of that check, you get your money, you gone. When you got to sign the front of the check, you got to find the money to pay the people who signed in the back of the check. Very profound statement. Very profound statement. And when you're a customer signing the front of a check, you understand the difficulties that businesses and people are having in the country, because you have the same thing. And many of the small businesses, you go around and you talk to them. If a payroll is on a Friday, sometimes you don't know where you're getting that money from. You sign that check on faith, hoping that the weekend you make some money, so when they get to the bank on Monday, the money is there. That is the reality of where it has become. And I don't think that we are understanding the difficulties that the small businesses in this country, Madam Speaker, are having. When last you see any major small business open up, people are scared. People are scared they're going to lose their shirts because the support mechanism that should be there is not there. We have spoken about the National Business Bureau and the need to get the Bureau up and running, properly financed. I know the acting premier, I know she's trying her best. I know that. Because some of the same issues that I pong, we campaign on those issues. We campaign on those issues. But here it is, you have the minimum wage coming in. And I want to make it very clear. I support people making more money. I do. I do. But I think we have to look at things a little differently. What we want people to have is more disposable income. More money in your hand at the end of the day. Disposable income. If you are giving me an increase in salary, but then the control mechanisms, the things that help to keep costs of living under control, so that when I go home I can have more money in my pocket, if those things are not sorted out, then you really have not helped me. What you have essentially done is increase the cost of living. You have done that. Because if I get an increase and I go to the grocery store and the grocer could just add on whatever he wants to add on the food. Not that it's happening. I'm not saying it's happening, but I'm saying that it's how vulnerable people are. The rent. The landlord will just put up your rent just like that. The civil servants got a big raise a while ago. Who's to say that any of that money really is going anywhere for them? Because those things that you needed to control the economy so that people can have more disposable income were not done. I think a better medium would have been to increase the untaxable amount for people. Increase it to 15 or 20,000 until at least we get out of where we are. Reduce or eliminate the taxes on gratuities. so that people could have more disposable income in their pocket. But now, at the most difficult time, businesses are being saddled with an additional increase without having the support mechanism. You heard the member, the at-large member, Honorable Skelton, speak about the banks and the lack of banking support. If you have a small business, I know the restaurant business, so I will use it as an example. You can't go to the bank to get a loan for a restaurant. You have to carry collateral, land or something somewhere. That is the truth. That is the absolute truth. Unless it has changed and nobody can tell me. But if you go now and say you want to do XYZ, they don't look at your business that way. You got to bring collateral. And that is what the small businesses, Madam Speaker, are facing right now without any support. Without any support. So I want to see, Madam Speaker, the government really handle this issue, Madam Speaker, with the economy and small businesses. And if you notice, the small businesses are owned by our local people, most of them. But they're also under threat. You have some big businesses here that are growing so large that they're going to consume those small businesses. You only have 30,000 people, 35,000 people or so living in the Virgin Islands. It's not a lot of people. And when you have a situation where one mega company could wholesale and retail and then still turn around and cook the food and sell, competing against the very small businesses that you're buying from. Those are the things that we have to pay attention to in a small economy. How can my small operations in District 6, the small guys who are trying to make a few pennies, how can they compete with the same person who is selling food that they're buying from them? Wholesaling, retailing, and you're still there. You can't compete. So you're just racking up debt while they're going with all of it. Those are the things that we have to take a look at in the economy if people are to survive, if small businesses are to survive. And I want to encourage the government to do that. I remember my years when I was studying in the UK. I've said this probably in the house before. I used to go to buy a chocolate cake, carry my family out on a Sunday for dinner. And there was a chocolate cake that I liked at the restaurant, and I said, I want a slice to go today. And the waiter said to me, no, you can't get that slice to go. He pointed at a restaurant outside. He said, that restaurant outside there has a license for takeout. So you can order the cake from over there. With all the millions of people that they have in the UK, they understand the importance of segmenting the economy in that sense of business-wise. You can't have everybody all over the place with 35,000 people in the country. You're going to damage the small businesses, and that's really, Madam Speaker, what is happening for the small business right now in the territory. Madam Speaker, I spoke about the state of the roads. I really want to see something happen there to improve the state of the roads. I understand, Madam Speaker, that the loan facility is being looked at. I heard that. But what I notice is happening is that whenever the opposition raises something in the House of Assembly, you see a press conference a day or two after, or they run up to a radio and they go say all manner of things just to say that they're doing something when in fact the things, Madam Speaker, are not happening. I ain't hear nothing but no loan. The year almost finished. I could bet my last dollar that loan ain't going nowhere. December gonna come and there'll be no loan facility and the state of the country will be where it is. The other day, Madam Speaker, I raised some concerns in the House about this COVID report that was laid the other day. When I used the term mashup, that I then apologize to you, Madam Speaker, for using unparliamentary language. I was speaking to using the report and the contents of the report. It wasn't in any way physical. So those people who like to clip off their small little clips and run to tongue and talk foolishness, stop doing that. You have to understand and look at the context of things. But Madam Speaker, when I look at all the problems that we're having in this country, with the unemployment issues, the roads, infrastructure, all the things that are tied to a lack of finances. When I look at this addendum, and it's an addendum that was done by the Auditor General, dated the 10th of May, I want to invite the public to read this report. To read this report, Madam Speaker. There are some opinions expressed in the report I don't like opinions being expressed in audit reports. I don't like that. I think an auditor should, report the facts and let us then make some deducements from what is there. That is how I feel. But when I look through the report, Madam Speaker, I want to read a few things into the hearing of the public. They're speaking about grants to churches, in particular, civic groups and private schools, but mostly surrounding churches. And this is page 1 of the report at the executive summary. It says that the grant award for religious institutions increased by 662% over the recommended amounts. If I read the first one, you had a committee that was put in place to look at giving these grants out. The committee made their recommendations and sent them to cabinet as they were required to do. But the grants for the religious institutions increased by 662% over what the committee recommended. It goes on to say no criteria was made available for this increase. Here it is. 80% of the religious institutions did not apply for assistance, but were nonetheless approved to receive public grants totaling $1,060,000. The grant awards for private schools and daycares were amended in an apparent ad hoc manner and without criteria. Here this part that troubles me. And again, I don't like expressions being given in audit reports, but that is the expression that's the conclusion that any logical person would come to. The issuing of unsolicited and extravagant public grants to religious institutions presents a threat to the political independence of these institutions. Madam Speaker, you understand what this thing is saying? This thing is saying that the public's money was used to influence churches, You understand this? Madam Speaker, when you read through the report, there was one church that cabinet approved $20,000 for, and the church got $260,000 paid by the government. When you look at the report and you see what the committee recommend, if the committee recommend 3,000, cabinet approved 20,000. All throughout the report, the whole cost of this thing, it says here on page 3, under budgeted amount, the initial proposed amount for this grant was $1 million. This was increased via cabinet by an additional 1.3 million, bringing the total to $2.3 million. You see why we don't have any money in the country? You see why the roads, Madam Speaker, cannot be fixed? You see why we can't buy pipes to expand the network for people to get water? You see why departments don't have any resources to execute and carry out their works? Because they wasted the money. And what is troubling to me the most is that you do that to the churches. To the churches. When the political part of the government starts to interfere with churches to influence them, that is when you know the country is going in a wrong direction. And this troubles me, Madam Speaker. This troubles me very, very much. Very, very much. But I want to encourage people from the public to read the report to understand what's going on. There are a couple of last-minute things, Madam Speaker. The government complex. We need to understand what is going on with the Ralph O'Neill complex. What is taking the complex so long, Madam Speaker? What is taking the complex so long? And all the funding, Madam Speaker, the money that's being paid out from the government coffers for real estate. I don't mind anybody making any money, but if the complex is there, it needs to be repaired and people return to the complex. That is the way you free up some of that money you're spending in rent to be able to address some of the infrastructural issues and other problems that we're having in the country. What could be taking the complex so long? Somebody has to give an explanation for that. Somebody has to be able to give an explanation for that, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in respecting your time limits of 40 minutes, I'm going to take my seat. And again, I know the acting premier, you can't do much now because your acting time is so short. Or you could have done like what Mr. Anthony or one of those politicians did when the premier was out to pave a road somewhere. It look as if since the premier likes to travel so much, you probably need to send him on extended travel so that you can handle some matters that I know we spoke about to try to get this country going. But on a very serious note to the government, things are really difficult in the country for people. And as Honorable Skelton mentioned again this morning, the changes that are coming with the COI implementation, that too is making business extremely difficult. and making it more and more difficult for us to be able to help our people. So I want to encourage us, Madam Speaker, to do what we can, because if we're elected to help people and the people are not being helped, then it raises a question as to what really is our utility. Why are we here? And what are we being paid for? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Junior Minister for Culture and Tourism, Honorable Luce Hart-Smith.
Few words on the other business. Before I go into a few updates for the district, I also would like to once again extend condolences to the family, the Todman family of Longbush, on the tragic death of their son, Jareem Todman. I said it before, I visited the family, and yes, they are holding up, but we know that this holding up is just for a time, because losing a child to such a tragic manner is not something that parents can take very lightly, or even with as strong as they think that they are. It is a very tragic and unfortunate event. Jareem, I know him from working at the Levi Airports Authority. He was a fireman. A very pleasant young man, had very brief interactions with him, but always very pleasant and spoke soft-spokenly. But more so, he was a very dear friend of one of my sons. So he too is experiencing a tough time with his death. So we extend from my family and the entire 4th District community warm condolences to the Todman family, the immediate family and the extended family, his friends, and of course to his son, who will not grow up with a father. And also there was some other shootings in the area of Bogus Bay. And Madam Speaker, I don't know what we can do to our community for everyone to understand that gun violence not just affects the person who is succumbed to their gun wounds or whatever, but it affects the entire community. It affects the family and friends, close friends to the person who suffered from the gunshots, especially if they're children. They grew up without their father. Wives grow up without their husbands. Significant others have to find other ways in which to cope without these persons who are tragically gunned down. Yes, Madam Speaker, we recognize the purposes sometimes of why, or we speculate why these events occur. But is it right for someone to take a life when they can't necessarily give it? Yes, we conceive, but is it right for someone to take a gun and just shoot someone, another human being, without any kind of feeling, without any kind of remorse? And the fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, is that this thing is happening so frequently in our community. It's as if it's free to be done. It's, you just do it and no one can stop them. No one can tell them anything other than, yes, stop it. But I believe as a community, we need to make a sound voice, a collective voice to say enough is enough. I am contemplating, Madam Speaker, organizing some kind of event where hopefully our community will come together and let our voices be heard. We can't do anything, as Honorable Ronnie would say, or Honorable Skelton would say, that things happen in the darkness of the night. When all of us are sleeping, the evil takes place. But I think that as a community, we need to let those persons know that we do not tolerate this kind of activity in our community. So when I put it all together, I look forward to everyone's support. I look forward to us coming together as a community and deciding that we need to collectively let those persons know, those who are even now contemplating the next victim, that we will not tolerate this in our community. So I'll put my thoughts together, probably reach out for some assistance in organizing something. But we just can't sit as a community and not collectively voice our concerns and show them that we hear you, we see you, and we don't accept what you're doing to our families. We don't accept what you're doing to our community. And we are letting you know, and we will support the authorities that need the support to find these persons who just choose to do as they will. You know, just gun down someone is not acceptable to us. It affects us all. I also like to extend condolences to anyone else who has lost a loved one, not necessarily in such a tragic way, but more so anyone in my district that I have not heard about, who are suffering from a loss of a loved one, bereavement. I extend my condolences to them. I have extended festival wishes, wishing everyone a festival 70th anniversary, our 190 years of emancipation, freedom. And I take this opportunity to do it again, Madam Speaker, as we have started the activities. And they've all started out on a good foot. We've had the pageants. Yes, we are known for one of the territories with the most pageants. But pageantry runs in our blood. And I think that it will always be here, as we are a territory or a community that love to participate in such events, from the little ones in the Prince and Princess show to the junior ones, and then the senior ones, of course, through Miss BBI, both on Virgin Gorda and Tortola. So again, I take this opportunity to extend warm wishes to everyone. Have fun, be safe. And last evening, we had the official opening of the Rena's Festival. We recognized her for her many years of service or contribution to our festival activities. And we also recognize our Parade Marshal, former Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes, for her contributions to the development of our community in the festival aspect of things. We had a cultural presentation, and we'd like to thank all the organizers, all the participants, in particular the Heather Butcher, who choreographed our event that was displayed last evening. So again, Madam Speaker, wishing everyone a happy and safe festival. But before I end on the festival aspect of things, I'd like to invite our seniors from the 4th District to the 4th District Festival tent. It is something that my predecessor started. I thought it was a good thing, and I continued it last year. I will continue it this year. So I invite all our seniors to come out under the tent on August Monday and visit and view the August Monday parade from under the tent. There will be refreshments, so all are welcome to sit under the 4th District Seniors tent. There are a couple of projects since my last update, Madam Speaker, that I wish to share that I didn't get a chance to share the last time. I had actually forgotten one of them. And one of them is the restoration of the old administration complex. I spoke about this project, or the idea of restoring the old administration complex, during the campaign. And I was very pleased during standing finance that the Deputy Governor's office did place some funds in the budget to restore, to begin to restore the old administration complex. As you know, the old administration complex is a very historical building, and it had a lot of activities there. It hosted or housed a lot of government offices before we had the administration complex. But one of the historical things that I recall, not that I was there, but I was told, is that our first festival queen was crowned at the administration complex in 1954, Miss Ivy Shinnery. Actually, one of our festival booklets have a picture of her on the steps of the old administration complex. And of course, there are a lot of other historical events that took place at that building. So rightfully, we should make efforts to restore it, maybe not to the way it was, but to restore it for many reasons. And I'm happy that the bids went out for the facade because there are parts of the building that are falling or crumbling, and it's not safe for when persons traverse the area, especially walking in the area, they may get hurt. So the bids went out and a bidder was selected, and works will commence very soon to at least fix the facade. And then I was told that in this year's budget process, the roof will be put forward as a capital project to get the roof restored as well. So we're looking forward to that, and then the decision will be made as to what we will actually do with the building, what type of events will happen there, what type of businesses will take place, but that will come down very soon. A decision will be made. This summer, like last summer, we participated in the Department of Waste Management summer program, and I'm very pleased to state that the 4th District project was the repainting of the Sir Alva Georges Plaza. There were students ages 12 to 17 with a supervisor, and they were able to complete that project. And I want to thank the Department of Waste Management for again extending the invitation to us to have projects in the district. The students received stipends, and they were able to carry out this particular project and be a part of it. So thanks to the students, the supervisors, and of course to the parents for allowing them to participate in this event. On Saturday, Madam Speaker, I hosted a grad summit, and this grad summit was for students who recently graduated from the secondary schools, particularly for the 4th District, but we did have some students outside of the district. And basically why we did this grad summit was to take the opportunity shortly after they graduated and going into tertiary or even into the field of work, and to try to grab them before the festival season. And it was a success. We actually had 14 persons registered, but I believe it was 9:30 in the morning on a Saturday. We only were able to capture 8 of them to attend, but it's the first one. We will continue to have this as an annual event because of the responses of the students who were there. So this grad summit looked at resume writing, interview skills, and these sessions were done by Higher BVI, and then personal financial planning. You can't be too young to learn about personal financial planning. This was done by PMI, and then we had the navigating of the job market, and this was done by the Department of Labor and Workforce Development. And we also had a very vibrant motivational speaker, Mrs. Kyra James Douglas. So the students who were there gave good feedback. Because of the intimacy of the sessions, they were able to ask questions, and the facilitators were actually able to give a little bit more information than giving it to a bigger crowd. So we'd like to thank the students that participated, thank the facilitators, and also looking forward to having this grad summit again next year. With the students, we hope that it will be an annual event, because they could never fail to give them enough information that will help them with their personal and professional lives. So, Madam Speaker, I'd also like to report that the bids were submitted and evaluated for the refurbishment of the Sunday morning well. As we are aware, there used to be a fountain there. It's still there, but it needs to be fixed, and the idea is to get that fountain up and going, have it repainted. We have a donor who has donated the lighting fixtures, and also we're going to replant some beautiful plants and have some some plans there in terms of the landscape. So those bids were submitted, they were evaluated, and the winner of the bid will be announced very soon. It is hoped, very hopeful that we can at least start to get it done in time for the Sunday morning well ceremony. What I'd also like to end by stating, Madam Speaker, is that I am very much aware of the bush cutting issues in the 4th District. Believe you me, it pains my heart that it hasn't been able to have been addressed sooner, but we are making every effort to get it done as quickly as we possibly can, and hopefully before the festival season starts. I drove McNamara Road. I drove it specifically so I know what Honorable Ronnie Skelton and Honorable our Acting Premier is going through. And we're gonna make every effort. Efforts were made before to get it done. That failed, and we're gonna go back to the rated program and try to get it done in that fashion. So time is not lost, efforts are not lost. I do apologize to the residents of the district. As we are aware, we always like to have our surroundings clean, not just for our visitors, but for ourselves. And there are quite a bit of visitors already here. Those who are here for their family reunions, those who are here just for the enjoyment of the festivities, some visiting for the first time with friends. And we do, yes, Madam Speaker, I understand very, very clearly that we have to have our capital in tip-top shape. And the responsibility for that lies on me with the assistance of others. So we do have some plans, as I had reported the last time, but we will kickstart all those efforts that we are going to be making after the festivities in terms of turning things around. But we saw that the Ministry of Communications and Works started to paint the sidewalks. We're going to get some additional cleaning up of the roads, getting it swept, and then try to get the bush cut as quickly as possible, so that at least while we're celebrating in a little much cleaner environment. And Madam Speaker, with those words said, I just want to respond, Madam Speaker, to the comments that were made about our tourism industry and our tourism plan. Yes, I recognize that we do have our work cut out for us, that we have to have our tourism plan in place, and we have discussed or had discussions, Madam Speaker, with the Caribbean Tourism Organization, of which we are a member, and which I'm proud to say that we are an up-to-date paid member. So we pay our dues, and the onus is on us as a member of this Caribbean Tourism Organization to take advantage of all the expertise that they have to offer. So we have been in discussions with the Caribbean Tourism Organization, and they are going to be assisting us with our tourism plan. And yes, we will be coming to the industry practitioners and get their views on what this tourism plan should look like, because of course we cannot prepare the plan in a vacuum without the involvement of all the industry persons. So we will hear more about the plan coming. I know it's late, but there will be a plan, and we're shooting for the end of the year to have it in place so that by the next year it will be able to be actioned. But there are plans, Madam Speaker, and as I said, we are in discussions. And we also want to recognize that we do have a high number of our tourist arrivals. The Premier talks about it all the time. And yes, I don't think that the Premier would be irresponsible enough to come into this honorable house and say something that's not true, that can't be proven, because the numbers are there. The statistics show that we have a high increase in our tourist arrivals. And we just recently celebrated again another successful Christmas in July. So we had a lot of our visitors coming from Puerto Rico that came for Christmas in July. So all of that ties in to our tourism arrivals. So we will do better, Madam Speaker, recognizing the importance of having the proper infrastructure. And I just want to, from my side of things, ask people, public, to be a little bit more patient with us as a government as we work to satisfy all the needs of our people, recognizing that the reason why we are here and why the persons went to the polls to vote us here is to make a difference. And we will make that difference. Just ask that you give us a little bit more time and be a little bit more patient, and we will get things done. I don't think that we came into this house just for the sake of being here. I think the reason why we put ourselves forward is to make a difference because of love of country and patriotic spirit that we have as Virgin Islanders. All of us in this honorable house want to see our country in a better state than before, and all of us collectively on both sides, we're going to work diligently to do the things that we need to do to move our country forward. With that said, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member at this time wish to speak under other business? Any member? I recognize the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure to be able to be.
I'm sorry, members, please.
Oh, I'm
go
not
ahead.
sure. I thought the member was trying to say something. Good. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on other business. And I will endeavor to honor the time limit of 40 minutes that you have given to us. Madam Speaker, I must start with giving my condolences and sympathies to the bereaved families in this territory, especially those who would have lost their loved ones most recently. The family of now the late Jareem Padman. I extend my condolences to them in the tragic loss that occurred in the wee hours of the morning. Madam Speaker, I have said it repeatedly, and I stand by it, that we cannot and we should not allow our BVI to become a place where our young men and persons are being gunned down like animals in the street. We have to do something, we have to do better, Madam Speaker, because there are children, there are siblings, there are fathers to many in our society, Madam Speaker. So I extend my condolences to his entire family. Madam Speaker, when I was traveling back, it was kind of crazy because that same morning I was discussing with my wife what I was seeing via WhatsApp, and shortly thereafter, his brother was approaching the gate where we were traveling back home, and I could say nothing other than, I'm praying for you. Madam Speaker, there's another young man that has lost his life that I had the pleasure of knowing because of my involvement as the director of the Hope Foundation, Project Lionheart, Jamal Freeman. And Madam Speaker, while I was assessor to the youth courts and running this mentorship program, I became familiar with Jamal, and I said it then some almost 20 years ago, and I'm going to say it again. Jamal Freeman, God rest his soul, is an example of a failed educational system, a failed social system, and a failed judicial system. Madam Speaker, what people may know is what he would have become in his adult years. But what shaped and helped to shape what he became was our failure to provide opportunities or alternatives for this young man. Madam Speaker, at 13 years old, this young man was expelled from school for wanting from his teacher a bag, his own school bag that had his father's picture in it. And when he couldn't get it from the teacher, he resorted to tears. And he told the teacher what he was going to do if he don't get back the bag, because the bag had a picture of his father, who was no longer here. And that young man got tossed aside. From there, he ended up in youth court for this and that. Not even to the technical school they were allowed him to go into. I'm not making excuses for him, Madam Speaker, but if we don't pay attention, as I continue to say, if we don't pay attention to our youth now, it will determine what would happen to us in the future. So I extend condolences to his mom, to his father, his brother, for their loss. But that one, Madam Speaker, hit me. Madam Speaker, I also want to, as we get ready to lay to rest Mr. Eric Thomas, aka Uncle Kiddo, on this Saturday, I want to extend again condolences to his family, to all the persons that are hospitalized, Madam Speaker, and going through their difficulty. And I pray and continue to pray, Madam Speaker, that God will be a source of strength and comfort to them through this difficulty. Madam Speaker, we are about to celebrate 190 years of emancipation from slavery in this territory, and we are celebrating currently 70 years of Emancipation Festival in this territory, Madam Speaker. And I am wondering, Madam Speaker, if we are indeed truly free, or if we're walking back into chains and shackles. And Madam Speaker, I ask the question only because it is the time of year that we celebrate our freedom. But when we look around the country, Madam Speaker, it depicts a society that is suffering from high cost of living, is suffering from our seniors being able to take care of themselves, is suffering, Madam Speaker, from the social ills that continue to plague this territory, is suffering, Madam Speaker, from lack of infrastructural development, Madam Speaker, is suffering from people being able to get water to bathe their skin, Madam Speaker. We are suffering. The Honorable at-large member and leader of opposition talk about the people that are hanging on the wall. Madam Speaker, I think we have toyed around this here for too long, so I'm going to just say what needs to be said. There are those that contributed, Madam Speaker, and who insisted, Madam Speaker, that we were given an opportunity and fought for an opportunity for us to be in a better place, Madam Speaker. But there are those that have done tremendous damage to this country, Madam Speaker, and caused us to be in this state that we're in, where we are having to deal with pieces of legislation pushed down our throat under the disguise of good governance and transparency, Madam Speaker. And we have to do it because of the COI, Madam Speaker, but there's one particular person on the wall who's responsible for a lot of this mess. And we don't want to talk about it, Madam Speaker. We want to skate around it. But Madam Speaker, I'm sick to my stomach. I'm sick of it. Because while we are here celebrating freedom, what is going to happen if this thing goes forward on August 5th? The former premier will be sentenced. And our country, Madam Speaker, will once again spiral to the media and spiral through the corners and the conversations of those around the world in the financial services, in the tourism sector, all throughout the world about how this one individual, they claim to have him represent all of us. Madam Speaker, and I do not accept. Madam Speaker, the Gospel Fest was on Sunday past, and I want to take the time to celebrate and salute my father, Reverend Dr. Melvin A. Turnbull, for his 29 years of commitment to hosting Gospel Fest against the naysayers. And I also want to congratulate the new co-chairs, Pastor Jovan Klein of the New Life Baptist Church and Reverend Dr. Michael A. Turnbull of the King Artemis Baptist Church for now taking on the mantle to putting on the successful Gospel Fest of 2024. And Madam Speaker, I want to also salute and congratulate my constituent, Riri, aka Miss Rena Lamoth, for having this year's festival be named in her honor from the island of Just Van Dyke, who has contributed to our cultural festivities for over 40 plus years. Madam Speaker, last week the Honorable Deputy Speaker and myself were able to attend the CPA Small Branches Workshop 2024, which dealt with legislative leadership for the environment resilience in small jurisdictions. And Madam Speaker, I know the talk is who on plane, but Madam Speaker, I tell people when I go on a plane, I don't come back with a thing in my hand. And Madam Speaker, both the Deputy Speaker and I were able to attend this conference thanks to your good office for facilitated, you and the clerk. And we were able to cement relationships, Madam Speaker, with a particular foundation, the Blue Planet Foundation, who have graciously invited, and I'm going to say it publicly, but then go into a private discussion with the minister, because the Minister for Communication and Work specifically, because it is under his remit but they have extended, Madam Speaker, an invite to have 4 persons fly from the territory free of cost, accommodated on their dime. 1 from the Electricity Corporation, 1 from the private sector, minister or somebody that the minister would designate from the government sector, and 1 of the 4 persons must be a female. And they will be there for a week in Honolulu, Madam Speaker, taking in, Madam Speaker, what they have been able to do in Hawaii with their solar farm, because they have a plan to have Hawaii fully dependent on renewable energy by 2045. And I think that is something that we should take advantage of. I heard a little snicker there and a baker, Madam Speaker, but the evidence, the proof is in the pudding. When we flew into Hawaii, we saw the solar plant, and we saw and witnessed and heard testimonies from even a 16-year-old young lady who's blazing a trail and challenging legislation, Madam Speaker, to ban plastic bags and plant plastics there and have the solar farm even plant food, Madam Speaker. So the snicker about the bribe, I won't go too far into it, but I know they had a solar plant and the guy that ain't finished yet. Don't start none, it won't be none. So, Madam Speaker, on a positive note, I want to let the people of the Virgin Islands know that this is something that we brought home in our hand, and I believe it's a tremendous opportunity. As I said, I will share the information with the minister and the government, but the persons are eager. There are 5 other Caribbean territories, Madam Speaker, that have already signed on. Anguilla, Antigua, St. Lucia, St. Kitts, and I think TCI had just signed on now to be a part of this program to have participation for May of next year. Madam Speaker, it is my hope that while I'm not the minister, I believe it is something that we should consider in terms of what is happening with climate change and global warming, to be able to do our part to mitigate the effects of global warming with as much renewable energy as possible, but not just renewable energy. We have to be able to plant food to be able to sustain ourselves. Madam Speaker, I want to shift gears and I want to salute, and as I normally do, Madam Speaker, highlight some of the young persons in business who are blazing a trail, not just in business, but in their different fields. In my district and from my district, I want to recognize Shaquille Fonseca of Best Burger. I want to recognize Brent Hoyt, who was recently announced on the night of Gospel Fest that he is now going to be touring with Sharon Gardner, whose song Blessings Going to Find Me Here has had some 1.8 billion views worldwide on TikTok. So Brent is going to be accompanying Sharon Gardner on his world tour. I also want to recognize John Bedford, who is doing amazing work in King Garden Bay during the tourism season. Ronaldo Glasgow and his team, who are cleaning up the district. Christopher Robinson and Tristan Palmer on the island of Just Van Dyke, who one is in port and one has just started their own delivery business. I want to recognize also Matthew, Michael, Melanie, and Mark Calwood, who are now taking the helm of the Calwood's distillery in King Garden Bay. Siobhan and Roger Frank for Best Cakes, Wayne Campbell and his sons for Reliable Online Services, Byron Chucky Hodge for SNS Services, Makeem Hastings, Madam Speaker, who is doing charter services, boat charter services, Damari Herbert with Herb's Trucking, and Khalil Donovan for his graphic designs. Madam Speaker, I take the time to highlight these young people because while we hear the negatives, Madam Speaker, it is important to highlight some of the positives, and I also must recognize my representative, who was the Youth Parliament's 2nd District Representative, Miss Akia Herbert, for her graduation, Madam Speaker, from law school, who is doing amazing with honors in the United Kingdom. And I look forward to whatever she is endeavoring to do. Madam Speaker, in the next couple of weeks, we'll be officially opening and serving the community of the 2nd District with our district office. We have some amazing plans of things that will be coming on stream. More information will come to the public, specifically for the 2nd District community, as we get closer to that date. And Madam Speaker, I want to take the time to just state again, I've done so in a few of the debates, but I want to hammer down the point that in this time that we are continuing to try to build this territory, we must have a partnership that looks modern between the government of the Virgin Islands, the United Kingdom government, and the governor's office. Madam Speaker, it is not okay where we currently are, where we presently are. We must forge better relationships to be able to accomplish the things that are necessary for the development of our people and this territory. And I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, that that relationship can change and will change. And if it means me going to see His Excellency the Governor and giving him my point of view, I have no difficulty there, because I have done it before. But Madam Speaker, I believe something needs to shift. It can't be everything COY and what we're doing bad. Give me resources to help me fix what needs to be fixed and build what needs to be built so that I can stand on my own 2 feet and be independent of you. Madam Speaker, I go now to, I'm not going to harp on it too long, but I'm going to touch on it because it continues to play. Madam Speaker, back in the end of June when we were here on other business, I spoke about a situation in Just One Night where for 7 days that community was without water. The island was without water. Madam Speaker, I am here almost a month after to the day. And outside of yesterday, the island was without water for another 7 days. Madam Speaker, I don't know what else to do. I ain't gonna cry, you know. I'm keep balling out. Madam Speaker, a tourism island that has 350 plus people. 3 weeks ago, for 7 days without water. 3 weeks later, another 7 days without water. And ain't got no path on the island because they don't have no building on the island for the people to, for the employees are just for night to walk out of on water and sewage. They don't have no vehicle, Madam Speaker, so they borrowing the family vehicle. The lead worker used his 3-yard truck till it broke down. A rental company gave them a vehicle to use, Madam Speaker, and now they ain't even getting reimbursed for using the vehicle. For gas, for nothing, Madam Speaker. And 7 days, yet again, without water. Businesses closing down. Madam Speaker, this is where we are. This is freedom. This is freedom. Madam Speaker, I get on WhatsApp with people cussing down what I mean. I want water to bathe my skin. You go put in the adjectives where you think them fit. And we okay, Madam Speaker? We okay? And then when you send over parts from Tatola, Madam Speaker, God help is the right path. Because if it ain't the right path, you can either gotta wait till the next morning or the next 2 days when they decide to go back over and get it in. And when you get it in, you got to wait for the water to build up in the reservoir before you can turn it loose through the pipe then. And God help you if the pipe then no bust again. That ain't right. That ain't fair. These people, my constituents, and just one like them pay tax just like everybody else. They are human beings just like everybody else. Public Works, Madam Speaker, is the same thing. You got Public Works Department on the island of Just Van Dyke that have a Toyota Hilux truck, a pickup truck, no backup, no 3-yard truck, no equipment. Man with shovel and rig. 2019, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about this. When they send it back over, Madam Speaker, they can't wait to get it back over. The whole island, Virgin Gada got back over, and heavy equipment. Not even a building over there, Madam Speaker, since the hurricane. So, public work without a building, water and sewage without a building, both of them without a truck, a vehicle, any heavy equipment that could help them do the job. Freedom? Madam Speaker, because I'm not going to ball, I'm going to take this time to invite the minister and any of the alleged colleagues, my alleged colleagues on this side and the two on the other side. Minister, I'm hoping that sometime within the 4th week of August, that we can get together and have a series of meetings in my constituency to address some of these plaguing issues. I would like to start, Madam Speaker, Minister, in King Garden so that we can address this sewage issue for the connections, sir. I see you're being very studious, ignoring me, but I want you to look at me, Minister. Honorable cousin Kai Raima, Sonny King. Thank you, sir. No, I'm hoping, Minister, I need you and your team to join me in my district to address water, road infrastructure, and King Garden for the sewage, especially the lateral connections for that project there, because I believe it's extremely important. We've been talking about this since 2017. I know your team has been working with the contractor to finalize things, but I think the community needs to be updated on what is coming forward. Madam Speaker, I'm going to leave the Minister for Communication and give you a little ease today. I'm going to health. The Minister of Health, Madam Speaker, he has some work going on in my district. The wall around the Just Van Dyke Cemetery is being completed, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful for that. And finally, I got news today that the contractor for the King Garden Community Center is handing over or is finishing his works, and a handing over ceremony should be happening there to have the residents be able to use that center and the clinic return there as well. But Minister, while we are on clinics, you need to help me to understand that the Health Services Authority, Madam Speaker, through the Ministry of Health and Social Development, has about 35.4% of the budget for the 2034 year, which equates to about $43 million. And Madam Speaker, I want to know, Minister, you could please tell me What your staff calling me to ask me to buy a cell phone when you got 43 million dollars for the clinic in just one day? You buy it? You gonna buy it? Minister, a phone? I can't hear old people say a phone? And you got $43 million of the budget. And I must buy the phone? Man, Speaker, freedom. I want to be free from foolishness. I want to be free. Give us free, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the last 2.5 weeks, Just Van Dyke community, the clinic and its staff has been without communication. So if you want any emergency, right, you got to call the fire station or the police and then go run on. Okay. Once we got to go run on by the clinic and try to get a nurse, and then the nurse going to try to address what the problem is. Man, because this is 2024, you know. And we just carrying on like nothing. That's because people are hot in. Minister, please, even if you got to take up your money, give me the phone, let me carry on. Madam Speaker, something I spoke about, I'm almost finished. Madam Speaker, we have to do, Minister, still on health. I think this is to you, but you could partner with the Minister of Communication. We have to be able to provide some sort of public transportation for our seniors. There are a lot of seniors, Madam Speaker, that for whatever reasons, and we could blame the family members from here to Jesus come, but some of them have just neglected our seniors, and seniors are having to resolve to pay for taxi, to go to the doctor, to go to the supermarket, Madam Speaker, and it is eaten away from their income to be able to afford their lives. So, Madam Speaker, Minister, I'm suggesting and putting it to you that we develop some sort of transportation for the seniors of our territory, not just in my district, for the entire territory. Some sort of public transportation for the seniors at our territory. Madam Speaker, there are two members on the feet at the same time. What should I do? Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was calling, he won't answer. Now he gets up. He cross the floor. Madam Speaker, the public transportation, I believe, is important to help our seniors. And also, Madam Speaker, we must look at the retirement benefits for our seniors, because it is not sufficient. It is not sufficient while everything continues to increase. The social security benefits that they have, together with whatever other retirement benefits they would have from the time they retired from, whether it's educators, whether persons in the health services. Madam Speaker, our seniors are struggling to maintain a lifestyle that is humanly appropriate in this day and age. Madam Speaker, the ports facility in Just Van Dyke. But before I get to the ports facility, I'm going to wrap up here, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure. I think the member for the sick touched on it. He probably were in the notes. I know that's how we get along. But Madam Speaker, I'm worried. I'm concerned deeply about the status of the DDM building. I am not hearing anything about that building. I know it was halted. I know there were numerous conversations about contractors being owed and not being funded, or whatever case may be, Madam Speaker, but every time you get around this time of the year for the hurricane season, Madam Speaker, we know what happened in 2017. I can't understand why we are dilly-dallying with that building and being able to have the director and his team in a place that if, God forbid, Madam Speaker, something was to happen there, in a place that they could be operational and fully functional to disseminate the help that will be necessary, Madam Speaker. We're just letting things go by. And that moves me right into the Ralph T. O'Neill Administrative Complex, Madam Speaker. I don't know, for the life of me, why that building can't finish. Madam Speaker, it's over $10 million a year we pay for rent. And we got a whole building down there. The ground up them anyway. Madam Speaker, we got to do better. Because we keep saying, Madam Speaker, things tight and we got to cut back on this and cut back on that. But we wasting money. We wasting a ton load of money, Madam Speaker. We got a whole building. You imagine you got a house. To your house, you know. And I got a house. And I look at my paying by a lot for rent. I got to be the smartest momo in the world. Madam Speaker, we got to do better. And this thing going on for year after year after year. We got $11 million, I believe it is, from the insurance. And this is the thing. I don't know if you're waiting for the whole thing to be perfect. But Jesus, peace, man. Finish one soil, one floor, one path and put in somebody and then let them start walking and then they're going to help you to go on the other side, Madam Speaker. But we just, is this, is that, is this, is that. We want all 3 floors. We want this office. We want open concept. Madam Speaker, just finish something. And if you move in a couple departments or ministries in there, you could cut down the rent that you pay, and that money that you're cutting out of that $10 million could be used for something, infrastructure, education, healthcare, something, Madam Speaker. But doing nothing, Madam Speaker, is what we seem to be comfortable with. And then when we put it forward, Madam Speaker, we hear how long you've been there before. And who to blame, Madam Speaker. Everybody look at somebody to blame, just do something. Madam Speaker, I spoke about the ports building on Just Van Dyke. Minister of Works and your team, together with the Premier who is responsible, I'm repeating what I said 3 weeks ago. The ports at Dog Hole, Madam Speaker, is falling apart. The ports is falling apart. And if we want to stay ahead of the curve, Madam Speaker, I think our team needs to go out and assess and start to put costs together to start to address it before something happens. Because, Madam Speaker, there is nothing that we could tell anybody. Hearing me say it, and AG, you there from a legal perspective, a warning and a warning and a warning, and that thing broke away and kill somebody, people and their families, is no answer we could give them. Madam Speaker, every time the ferry is hitting to that dock, it continues to weaken the structure. There's slabs and slabs of concrete that are falling down daily on the dock. The top look good, go underneath, Madam Speaker. The steel busting out, the concrete falling down, the clip them weak. We have to do something, Madam Speaker. You have the cruise ship passengers that are coming there. You have the USVI ferry that comes there. You have the Just Van Dyke ferry that runs there. You have, I think it's Sea Aquatics, Mr. Maduro Derek Maduro and his company that comes there, and then you have the day trippers that are coming up from the USVI and Puerto Rico, Madam Speaker. We have to do something if we're serious about tourism. Madam Speaker, I am still hopeful. I'm still hopeful that there's some way that something can be done to help the people of this territory. But the frustration, Madam Speaker, the deplorable state in which our country is. The acting premier, I joke with her and tell her, sign something, just sign something, just sign anything. I mean, get what you're saying. You ain't gotta be in my district. Sign something where you got the power, because something gotta do. They have to have something to do. Just sign something. Let me clean up something. Madam Speaker, that from east to west, when you fly into this territory or when you sail into this territory, Madam Speaker, you see the beauty. But when you touch the road, thing good. Madam Speaker, if we are going to do anything to raise the standard or raise the level of quality of living that we have in this territory, Madam Speaker, we have to take the lead. Madam Speaker, I asked 3 weeks ago, I asked 2 months before that, and I asked 4 months before that for the Honorable Premier and his cabinet to bring back that Procurement Act to this House so that we could get things done in this territory. Madam Speaker, I don't know how else to say it. I can't speak French. I can speak a little bit of Spanish. But Madam Speaker, nothing is happening in this territory. We are supposed to be celebrating emancipation. We don't know what the cost is or what the cost is going to be. We don't even know what the financial status of this country is, Madam Speaker. May and June have passed. We haven't had a report from financial services in terms of what revenues we have brought in. We don't know where we stand, Madam Speaker. So things are just happening, Madam Speaker, without a proper plan. The member for the Sixth talked about the...
2 minutes to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wrap it right on tourism in my district. The member for the Sixth talked about tourism, and he's been talking about it since he came into this house, and he's right. And I was talking about the 4 years when he turned off, leave me here by myself, asking for a plan, Madam Speaker. And there is still no plan. I heard the Junior Minister of Tourism, Honorable Hard Smith, spoke about a plan coming in hopefully the end of this year. Madam Speaker, what he named there behind loose, tell me he had a plan coming from 2019, then it was too private to tell us because it was competition. The same competition went with the same plan that we had. And he there smiling at me. Trying to stop smiling at me. Madam Speaker, we're just doing things haphazardly. And I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, that for the sake of all the people in this country who depend on tourism and service, that we could develop something that is meaningful. Don't tell me how many tourists come in, because those numbers ain't gonna stop. But if you don't have a plan to increase it or sustain or even record what the revenues you're getting from it, you're just talking pure nonsense. So tell me about numbers, Madam Speaker. I keep saying numbers are not words. You can manipulate words all you want. But 1 + 1 is 2, not 11. So you can tell me how many people coming in, but if you can't tell me what amount you're getting from it, then you're not making sense. Madam Speaker, for our 70th Emancipation celebration, I believe the budget I heard is somewhere about $2 million or $2.3 million. And Madam Speaker, it would have been wise if we were interested in boosting the economy. At least 3 or 4 of these big nights that we had, if we're talking about freedom, make them free. You have 22 booths.
Remember, your time is up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wrapping up. If you would just give me 2 more minutes to wrap up. There's 22 booths, Madam Speaker, in the village that represent hundreds of families and members. If we would just think not just about recouping money, but what the economic benefit would be to the territory from the hotels and the car rentals. You make the village free, have people come in your country, you're going to make that good money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Speaker, just let me just get my alarm clock ready so that I could finish on time, so Madam Speaker. Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make what I intend to be an on-time contribution to the debate or the business session of the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too would like to start, like other members did before me, is to express my condolences to those families and individuals, persons who have lost their lives over the past couple of weeks and months. More specifically in my community, the East Long community, we lost quite a few persons, and I just want to express condolences to those individuals' families and the extended community, particularly young Jamal Freeman, as we know him as Uncle, has always been one of those exuberant spirits of our community. He's always been the life of the party, life of the community, always somebody with a high spirit, despite his circumstances, as you heard the member for the 2nd express. He always looked at life with an optimistic spirit, and he always exuded energy. And anyone who came in contact with him was tell the same. And it's unfortunate, and we don't know the circumstances yet of his death. I'm sure when our autopsy is done, we will know. But I just want to again extend condolences to his family and extend along our community at this time with his loss, as well as one of my family members from Long Look, the Balahu, it's the Jennings, as we know him as Balahu, Lionel Jennings, who also passed over the last couple of weeks. Lionel was a staple in the community as well. I know he had some health challenges recently, where he was shut in for a bit, but we have lost him, and I want to express condolences to his daughter, Wapa, as we know her, and the extended Jennings family and the extended community. And also to the Todman family, with the tragic end of Mr. Jereen Todman's life in the wee hours of Sunday morning. His sister, Tricia, was a classmate of mine, a good friend, whom I went to school with. I know his family, the extended family as well, his other brother, whom I know, and his mom and his other sister. I'd just like to express condolences to the family for that tragic end. I know he has a son, the son he has, and a significant other, son now who has to grow up without a father. These instances are always tragic, and we, as a society, we are always quick to judge and cast blame and cast all kind of aspersions on about individual. He without sin is all I would say. And what I would also say is that at the end of the day, that's a brother, a father, some other's son, and somebody's left, and a community is left to mourn the passing of someone in such a tragic way. And we must hold up that family and that community in our prayers. And we should always never condone this type of behavior in our society, in our communities, that there has to be a different way to settle our differences than through the barrel of a gun. And we have to find better ways as a society, as a community, to rid our streets and our territory of the scourge of this type of crime that we're seeing emanating throughout our society. Again, condolences to the Todman family and the community that mourns him. Madam Speaker, last time we had a chance to speak on other business, I know we were a little passionate on this side. And some things were said and people got a little emotional about it, Madam Speaker. But it's important for us, Madam Speaker, as members of the opposition, members of this House, and the majority of us over in the opposition are members who represent districts. And we get a personal sense of the pain points of the persons within our community. And we have an obligation to come to this House to express those pain points that our people are feeling, and the issues and the challenges that they're faced with on a daily basis, and advocate. And advocate we did, and advocate we will continue to do on their behalf to bring some type of relief to these individuals, as well as we've also, time to time, has brought solutions and ideas on how we could address those issues. You would have thought, Madam Speaker, that after all that passion and all that back and forth, that you were seeing significant movement to have some of these pain points that our people are faced with addressed, Madam Speaker. In fact, quite the contrary. In many instances, you've seen the circumstances gotten worse. We have to, again, highlight those concerns to the government, the administrating power, which is the executive, who has the responsibility to ensure the execution of public funds to address and deal with these issues, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our public infrastructure, Madam Speaker. And it's unfortunate that the Premier and Minister of Finance isn't here at this time. And I want to recognize the acting Premier. You're going to get some of the blows today. For the Premier, uneasy is the head that wears the crown, they say. But if the Premier was here, I would like to sit to him. You saying something, Madam Speaker? I would like to sit to him, Madam Speaker. And I want to, before I get into the meat of what I want to say today, Madam Speaker, I want to say that when the public listens to this, sometimes they think that we're fighting or that we're at war with each other. And I want to make it clear that we are here advocates for people, advocates for this territory. It is never personal. When we express what the people are feeling and express on their behalf what we believe needs to happen to address some of these pressing issues for people. So I want the public to be rest assured. It's not a fight. We're not angry with each other. We're just passionate about the things that impact the people that we represent and the lives of the people of this territory. Madam Speaker, in fact, the Premier and I are cousins. Close family too. In fact, we have a meet and greet on Friday. We have a reunion this week. We have a meet and greet on Friday. And some of the same thing I'll sit here today, I'll tell him in his face. When I see him on Friday, I wish he were here though, so he could respond. I like when he responds. It'll make the conversation a little more fun on Friday. And on Sunday we'll meet again. Despite the fact that he's my cousin, he's my friend, I have to call him out. Because if the country is not going right and things are in a state of disrepair, we need to have some action to bring some relief to the lives of the people who are most impacted by these areas that we continue to expose our concerns about, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we talked about the roads, the last other business that we were here. And when I was here, the minister said that they were doing some work, Minister. Minister, I had to step up a bit to go to my goddaughter's wedding and came back. I don't know what your team is saying to you, Minister. And some of the members are right. When you fly in, you go away and you get a different perspective. Eh? You see what happened in other territories, countries that are bigger than ours. Granted, they have more resources. And you come back and you fly into the BVI. There's nothing more refreshing than when you're flying into this territory and you're looking over, and you pass over, and you gather coming in, or you come through Bodingard, or you come through the south, and you see all the outer keys and islands. And before you come into Tortola, you see the breathtaking views. That is all beautiful Virgin Islands. And then you land on Bifa Airport, a smooth landing, and you get off the tarmac and you get into your car and you proceed to go into. From the time you pass, from the time you pass Paramtong, that's the end of it. Madam Speaker, Minister, we got to do better than this. I asked myself the other day, and I was in a conversation prior to leaving for the weekend, and I asked my landlord, Eastern landlord cousins, and said to me that I refuse to believe in our Eastern language. I can't say, Madam Speaker, say we must be careful with our words in here today. So, Madam Speaker, I take your admonishment from Orly. So I'll be very careful with my words today. I refuse to believe that the Premier and the Minister that drive through our community. That's what they said to me. And they said they got to be that two of them got a helicopter. They have a helipad, some of them land down, and they land back up and don't ever drive through the community. Minister, our roads are terrible. And after the last 6 weeks you were here, you would have thought at least, would have tried to at least start to patch them up, make them presentable, we're talking about this big 70th celebration, Madam Speaker. And the roads are horrible. Somebody gonna broke them foot or sprain their foot in a Juve Wednesday morning. Madam Speaker, the conditions of our community it's unacceptable and unbecoming, Minister. We need a strategy. And I asked the Premier, and I know he listens, his cohort from Trinidad is listening for him. And I'll give him his talking points when he comes back. His political advisor down in the Premier's office. Do you talk to your people? Do you drive through your community? Do you see the conditions of our roads in our community, Premier, Minister of Works? The issue of water. If I don't get at least 5 to 10 calls a day concerning persons who do not have water, a basic resource that we need to survive, Acting Premier, in this country. Since I've been back 2 days, and all I see is water running constantly on the streets from the pipes, but no water going to the homes of the people where they need it. And that is literally hundreds of thousands of dollars running on the streets of our territory that could have better been used in the pipes of the homes of the people or in a way to fix the infrastructure of this country. Minister, Premier, do you walk through these communities? Do you talk to your people and understand the concerns that our people are faced with every day? Minister, Premier, the water situation in this country is bad. I'm going to continue to lament on it in this house until we get some improvement. We're at the point where we're going to see a catastrophe where the entire infrastructure is going to collapse if we don't do something about it now. It's unfathomable that everywhere that you drive, in the hills, on the flat, everywhere you could see water just running from these hydrants. Daily basis, just wasting the water infrastructure of this country. We paid for that. I want people to know that every time that happens, I made a joke the other day about the geysers, like Yellowstone Park. But it's a serious situation. Every time you see one of those geysers, it's literally tens and tens of thousands of dollars of your taxpayers' money going up in the air. It's like you're in a strip club just making it rain. That's what it is. We're making it rain with taxpayers' money on the streets. That's what it is. We're making it rain with taxpayers' money on the street. Yeah, well, yeah. The memo for the first plane, like, he well know what that means. Yeah, he got a couple houses down in your area too, don't worry. Not just the 3rd district and the 6th district, and the 8th. But what I'll say, Madam Speaker, it is a serious situation. It is a situation that we have to get under control. All jokes aside, Madam Speaker, it is our money. It is our resources that are being mismanaged and wasted the way it is, Madam Speaker. We have to do better about this, Madam Speaker. As you go to Bush, don't talk about the Bush. As you go, before I left the house, I got a call this morning from one of my cousins. For the time I see a call, I know what she will call me for, I'm afraid to answer. She calls her nigga running again around this corner. Madam Speaker, the secondary roads have been consumed in this country. There's no secondary road in this country that you could safely drive through without fear for your life. During the day at least. At least in the night you will see the lights coming. But during the day you have to drive with extreme caution through all the secondary roads of this country. Madam Speaker, the rated program is not working. It is not working. Let us not fool ourselves. It is not working. You took 15 days in the first instance. And you're now saying that you're going to do another 10 days, 25 days to clean up this country that is in this state? Madam Speaker, are we serious? It cannot work. We have to have a different solution. And we've recommended, and I've recommended to the Premier, look, we're doing a SAP. You're saying that we can't do bush cutting like we traditionally do bush cutting, fine. That's okay. Let us divide the communities and put the work out to tender. Do small tenders for these areas so that they could get cleaned up. Put the money in the SAP. We can't continue to have the country looking like this. It's so unsightly. So when the SAP comes to the House, I'm hearing that it was passed through Cabinet, and I'm hopeful that there's monies there to clean up this country, put some of the money under the general fund vote or under some kind of, I don't know, recurrent expenditure so that the country could be cleaned up. Put these secondary roads out to tender, put some of these main roads out to tender, and get the country cleaned up. We cannot continue to have a country looking like this. It is a deplorable stage, a deplorable state of affairs for our country. We have to do better than this, Madam Speaker. And I really, really hope that the government listens. The SAP is coming, find the money, whether it's $500 million, $1 million, just let's at least clean up the country. If we come to a stage, right, and it's so disheartening, it's so embarrassing that people celebrate when a section of road get cleaned up. Imagine that. Something that should be routine becomes a cause for celebration when you clean up a road or clear a gut. Show me shame as a government, as a people that we celebrating clearing a road and cleaning a gut. A country that used to be the envy of the Caribbean region, and some in the world that all wins. Or when we clean a sign, clean up a sign. I see a sign, remember, on the highway. It's being celebrated on the internet that, yes, we finally got this sign that we can see don't enter. Cleaned up. It's on social media being celebrated. That's what we come to. You know? That is what the Virgin Islands have come to. The envy of the Caribbean has come to. Basic things now, we're celebrating. That's our wins now. It's embarrassment. It's pathetic, if you ask me. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for the Sixth had went in a very detailed way about the issues with the economy, and I won't harp on that. Save for making an example, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today, it's scary, you know, Madam Speaker, and you have the conversations with business owners, small business owners and persons in the territory who are having a difficult time, trying to keep the doors open, trying to make ends meet, and just trying to progress through these challenging times in the territory. Madam Speaker, I went by the Pear Park before I came back, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, typically in the Pear Park in the morning times, people would be having their coffee, having their conversation, especially on the heels of festival festivities, and just have the chatter, the usual chatter that you will see, Madam Speaker, around town. Madam Speaker, I was so scared when I drove in the place, right? Madam Speaker, you could hear a pin drop. I was waiting for, in those old Western movies, where you see the tumbleweed go by. I was waiting for the sound, and yes, that's the sound, honorable member, for the night. You know the thing. And I was just waiting for the tumbleweed, they call that tumbleweed, to blow by in the Pear Park. I said, this is the Pear Park? People even can't afford to buy a coffee? Things so bad in this country? The summertime? Not even a coffee people can afford to buy? I've never seen it like this, Madam Speaker. Normally, during this time, people hustling, bustling, they're going to the shoe stores, they're going to the clothing stores, they get a nice fit for Marshall, Montana tonight, everybody want to be well dressed. But you can hear a pin drop in the Pear Park in and about and throughout town, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's scary. Acting Premier, people ain't got no money. They ain't got no money. They buy coffee at night. People ain't got no money. The economy is stagnant. It is not moving. That $50+ million that the government sent back into the Treasury is telling nobody on the economy. It's telling no. It is telling no. The fact that we didn't get the infrastructural works done, we didn't get any works done in the society, it's telling no on the economy. The businesses are feeling it. The level of goods and services that should have gone into the economy didn't go into the economy last budget cycle. And it's even worse this one. And I'm coming back with a question, and so get your technocrats ready to answer it. Because I know it's worse than this year than last year. Because nothing is being done. Absolutely nothing is being done in the country. And the people are feeling it. We have to get the economy moving again. Our country is dying. It's dying on the inside out. It looks good on the outside when you fly in. It looks good. It looks pretty. The rain is falling. The greenery is brushed. The brush is green and nice. The best I've seen in my garden in a long time is it's looking lush and lovely. You got some yellow flowers blooming. No, not yellow love. The love are not yellow love.
That too.
Well, them blooming too. We call them a bloom in the wild. Them all over the place, but ain't yellow love. I just cut my grass recently on August, so ain't yellow love. But we're dying on the inside, Madam Speaker. There's no activity. The economy is struggling. Businesses are struggling. The truck man them got in truck park and decided to convert the truck them into taxi. I called a guy the other day about a 3-yard truck. He said, 3-yard truck? They take out the back of that and build a taxi. He said, you ain't got no money making out here. That's the reality that our people are faced with. So, Madam Speaker, member for Acting Premier, we need to get the economy going again. The Business Bureau needs to function in a way that could really help people and help businesses. The businesses need some type of injection of cash to get them moving again. Many of them are struggling. They need some level of support. Let's become halfway there. Yeah, about 17 minutes left. Madam Speaker, I don't normally listen to the press conferences. I'll wait on the replay when the pre-masses press conferences, but somebody picked me. They said, listen, you hear what you just said? I said, no, I ain't hear what you just said. So I went and I listened and I replayed it, and I heard that he's bringing legislation to the House our Honorable Premier, I have to give him his handle. Our Honorable Premier is bringing legislation to the House. Is External Affairs Committee. Is the issue now? Member for the second? I didn't know it was an issue. Because when I asked the question in the House, say there's no issue. That tourism is legitimately held on the festival. Tourism has a legitimate right to hold festival, and he is properly placed on the tourist board. So now we have to bring legislation to the House, regularize it. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, as my member to my right, what's that wrong can end up right? What's that wrong can end up right, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I warned the member and the Premier Minister of Finance when he did this. He needs to deal with the legislative framework for the festival before he and place festival on the tourism. Now he exposed the tourist board to a mountain of liability by hosting an event that it has no legal standing on. I understand that 1.6, and I understand the budget is somewhere by 2 point something. We who have a little experience over here know that when the all said and done, there's going to be close to 3 point something million spent on the 70th celebrations, Madam Speaker. Under an entity that has no legal bearing or legal capacity to host one, and now they're going to be saddled with a host of liabilities if anything is to arise out of this 70th celebration, Madam Speaker. When we say these things in the House, Madam Speaker, it's not to say I got you to the Premier and his government. It is for us to do things the right way. Beaver is a country of laws, and we should run the country based on the laws of the land. You have the entertainment, what's the position of what? The head of events manager resigning from the tourist board on the heels of the 70th anniversary. But in fact, he is still liable for festival because he's ultimately the chairman of Festival and Affairs Committee, which he never resigned from. So that entity still exists. So any liability that happens with festival this year is still under his remit. As the chairman, if my good friend, you know what, good for you, resign. But he hasn't done it already. Because any liability that is going to be derived from this festival activities will be the responsibility of the Virgin Festival Affairs Committee, as it has the legal bearing to bear the responsibilities of festival. What's that wrong could never end right. And leader of the opposition, we got to get that at general over by tourist board. You have tourist board doing things that is not authorized to do, one, spending money that is not authorized to spend, two, and I even hear, and I know them and get up and correct me if I'm wrong, but school children say that it's tourist board who break down the cultural center. School children say that tourist board, a contract through the tourist board, broke down the cultural center. Imagine that. We're going to get ourselves in trouble. We're going to get ourselves in trouble. We're using a tourist board as some slush fund for who I don't know. Leader of the opposition, we got to get out of the general down there. Because this has gone way too far. When I heard that, I could not believe that we would have the audacity to do something like that. But enough, we went and fill in a whole key. We fill in a fence a key with the tourist board, under the tourist board's watch, under the guise of Music Fest. Now we break down the cultural center through the tourist board. We got to get our act together, acting premier. We have to get our act together. These are the same type of things that got us in the trouble that we're in with the COI. Have we not learned anything? Have we not learned anything? It's true. And if he ain't treat them and get them and say so. They use the tourist board. For those who didn't hear in the back, for those in the back who didn't hear me when I said it the first time, it's been alleged, and if I'm wrong, I was duly advised by my attorney to my left, that the tourist board is being used, and the funds from the tourist board was used to break down the cultural center. You don't know? Okay. When you bring the evidence in, let us know that you don't know. Bring the evidence here. Bring the evidence here, I say. You break it down. There's buildings under you. So did you break it down?
Members, please.
Okay. All right. Barry Seal here.
Honourable member for the 8th, continue.
Barry Seal here. That's all I'm going to say. Madam Speaker, while we're on festival, Madam Speaker, it is true. Madam Speaker, in one of those conversations I had, and again I asked the Premier, the people sent me to ask the Premier a question. He ain't here today, but I'm sure he's going to be listening. Premier, you don't walk through your district, talk to your people that drive through your district? Madam Speaker? But we had one of those conversations and one of those drive-through of the Eastern Law community, and I sit and I chat with both communities. I always say in this house, when I fight for one, I fight for all. Eastern Law, look, is mine, both of them. I don't fight for one or the other, Madam Speaker. And I want to, I'll call it a nickname. My cousin Wapper, it is amazing what you learn from these young people and how observant they are on what is happening, how insightful they are on the things that are happening in the country, right? My cousin Wapper, we're sitting down by one of our usual hangout spots. Vincent knows it very well. And we had a conversation about festival. She said to me, because you know what it means to be a long lookian? You know what it means to be a long lookian? So she said to me, so because what do you mean by that? Break it down for me. Because I didn't know what it means to be a long lookian before. Brought tears to my own short, tell me the story. She said, because she didn't plaque I put up in long look. She said, I remember after the hurricane, when the plaque by the park will get destroyed. And I wondering, why do people they mean get a lot of things them do, but then make sure the plaque went back up. She said, well, I got to read these plaques. She said, I got to read these plaques because. She said she read the plaque from the park, go out up to see the house. She said, because I read all of them plaques. Because when I read them plaques, I realized what it means to be a long lookian. So she went through and the heritage project that was done under our administration, where we really documented the history of the Eastern Law community and the trials and the triumphs of the people of that community and what they stood for, what they fought for, and what they meant to the community. There's young Baka. She made sure she read each and every one of those plaques. So she get a sense of what it means to be a long lookian. She expounded even more. She said, you know, we were one of the first free people in the entire Western Hemisphere. Remember I just mentioned that we celebrated 190 years of freedom. But in fact, a lot of people will be celebrating over 248 years of freedom. Just shy of 250 years of freedom. Yeah? People who I'm a descendant of, obviously going to talk about his 5 generation. We all can't born at the same time. But that's how it is. I'm also a descendant of that plantation, those free people. The first free people, you, Madam Speaker, are descendant as well. The first free people from the Western Hemisphere. And my cousin Bapa cannot continue to go on. You mean to tell me with all of that history and all what your Uncle Leslie fight for, to get with that Wednesday, to get with that Tuesday, to get with that Monday, and we have a premier who's in charge of festival, he gonna take away we days then? Do you really understand what it means to be a landlockian? Last year I said to the premier, do not let our uncle who fought so valiantly in this house to ensure, let's leave him alone, to ensure we had the ability to celebrate what it means to be a landlockian, what it means to be from Eastern Landlock, what it means to have that fighting spirit of his Eastern Landlock person. It disgusts me this morning to see that all the Festival and Affairs Committee got sent out, but Eastern Landlock is a Juve. No consultation with the representatives of the district, no discussion with anybody from up there about what they want to see for their community. Just take away what so many persons have fought for so many generations. Madam Speaker, the festivities started in Eastern Landlock. Madam Speaker, I had the seniors calling me, they cannot believe that this is happening. And since 2019 has been done a downward spiral. A little emotional about it, Madam Speaker, because of WEX. Since 2019, since the premier was Minister of Culture and is still Minister of Culture, there's been a fight to take away what landlocked people have fought for, what they deserve. Madam Speaker, one of my other cousins said to me in the same conversation, and it was so profound, because they reduced us from 3 days to 3 hours. That's what we've been reduced to. A 3-hour jump up in the morning. We've been reduced from a resilient people like the Eastern Landlock people, to a 3-hour jump up in the morning. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? The level of disrespect to our ancestors? Madam Speaker, it no matter how you fight and talk to the leader of this country, government business, the Minister of Culture about the situation, you let the tourist board under your leadership come mash up our community like this, but not even the courtesy or the respect to have a conversation with us, and they send out this disrespectful flyer about the Juve. That's what you allowed as the premier of this country, the representative for the 7th district, and the Minister for Culture to happen to your community. We talk about the 250 years and the Landlocked people and the resilientness of that people when it's convenient to us. When it's convenient to us, we talk about it. Yeah, but you spit in the face of the people with these type of decisions. You spit in the face of your ancestors with these type of decisions. Madam Speaker, it is a slap in the face for all those individuals over the years who have fought to ensure that the people of the Eastern Landlocked community are celebrated. The people talk, this we should take it back from them. You know how the people had to fight together? You want to let people just take it back from you? How much people fought for this? You in charge is taking it away? I wish you were here. Bring people back. Madam Speaker, this is wrong, Madam Speaker. This is utter nonsense that I saw this morning. This is wrong. It cannot be accepted. You have a committee who on their own volition, and I have to commend them, they're trying to put on some type of cultural event. The Vicar group. They're not even on the festival flyer, you know. They're not listed on the festival list of activities, so it has to be a side show. Apparently, because they're not on the festival list of activities, having something on Tuesday. Stop insulting the people of Eastern Long Look. This is an insult. It's a spit in our faces. Proverbial spit in the face. That was 35 minutes, Madam Speaker.
2 minutes to wrap up, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, I'm hurt by this, Madam Speaker. And I know the people of my community and our community is hurt by this insult. And I'm getting back on the tourist board because I got some blows for them. When I come back here, I'm going to deal with them. And what they're doing to this country. In the way they're being mismanaged. Madam Speaker. That's why you know that and I'm going to say this little piece before I wrap up. You know, we've been, and the minister has been bragging about the numbers in terms of tourism arrival through the ferry, through the cruise pair. Of 800-something thousand people. About a third of them come to Beef Island, Long Bay Beach. We right now are plagued with a makeshift shower thing the vendors decide to put up and install and so forth. I begged and I pleaded and I begged for months. Let us do something more substantial. Not just for the tourists, but all people who go there every day. I try to go there at least three or four times a week. Because that's where the Sanhedrin is, and that's where you get the direction on what's happening in the country and what's going on. You get to get that tend to be the truth sometimes. The alleged statements that when you dig deep, they end up being the truth. Madam Speaker. So we started a project up there. Showers. Check shower stars are almost completed. Madam Speaker. And you know, Madam Speaker, you know they're refusing to put doors on the shower stars. It costs much money. Yeah, proper doors. So if one of our young women, God forbid, wants to go up there and shower, they have to be exposed to the elements without a door. No privacy. They refuse to put doors because it costs much money. But you could be down behind the complex, filling in a key, all the tourist board money. But you could be over there breaking down the cultural center with the tourist board money, but you can't build the product that you're responsible for. And you're refusing to build the product that you're responsible for, to provide a safe environment for your guests and all Beef Islanders who use that beach the deputy speaker is here. He's there on Saturdays with tons of children, young children, who might need some privacy.
Your time is up, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, you have to get our act together, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to and on behalf of my people of the 8th and 7th District who are starving for this level of abuse that continues to impact us in our community. Madam Speaker, with all that said, I want to wish everyone in this territory a safe and enjoyable festival. I want to say to the young people, the young patrons, please drink responsibly, exercise your fun in a safe and responsible way. If you have a disagreement, please walk away. We don't always have to settle our differences through our fists or through the barrel of a gun. Let us walk away, let calmer heads prevail. Let us all enjoy these festivities for ourselves, our visitors, and all those persons who are here in the territory. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members will take the lunch recess and return at 3:10 p.m. House is now in recess. This House now resumes its sitting. And good afternoon, everyone. In continuing, I recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Stacey Meter.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I'm a bit stuffy today, so bear with me. Madam Speaker, let me begin by wishing all the residents, citizens, visitors, and my colleagues in the House of Assembly a very happy festival. The 70th, that's a very large number, that's a big number. We've been doing this for a while. So I pray that everyone has an enjoyable, a safe, a productive festival 2024. Madam Speaker, I'm not a person who generally finds myself at funerals or likes to talk about death. You would seldom, since I've been in the House of Assembly, hear me get up and speak about the passing of someone, unless I personally knew them or it was an agenda item in the House of Assembly. This past week, when I wasn't able to attend a funeral for a lady that I admired, she exemplified to me what it was to live life, and she was taken too soon. So to the Harrigan family and those who were close to Alavon, you have my deepest respect and my sympathies at this time. Madam Speaker, I grew up in Longbush, around Una Tadmon, Jean, Austin, and them. And I know that right now, that family has a lot of questions. Madam Speaker, it seems like young men in our territory, there's no value for their lives anymore. When we look at other Caribbean countries, we saw the crimes that they had, the struggles they've had with their young men, and it's here for us now, and it's been here for quite a while. And I think collectively in this House, we have to come up with ways to address what is going on with our young men, because too many young people, and over the last couple of years, a few of the young men that I have worked with, and Honorable Turnbull has worked with, they've now left their lineage without that father figure. And Madam Speaker, I'm not a prophet, but we've seen enough evidence that as years go by, this will become a problem for our society, where those children do not have direction. Madam Speaker, my colleague to my left, Honorable Stick It With Mitch Turnbull, started to speak about another young man who met his demise recently. Madam Speaker, bear with me today on this one. Madam Speaker, in 2005, broke ground in Fatags Bay for Yep. There was a family living across the street in an abandoned building, more or less abandoned, right next to the car wash. That was the Freeman family. There were 3 boys. The eldest, Kenneth, named after his dad. The middle one named Jamal, and the youngest one, Kadim. Madam Speaker, I have never been caused more by 2 parents as I was caused by the 2 of them. But I've also never expressed or felt the expression of admiration from young people as much as I did from those 3 brothers. Madam Speaker, Jamal Freeman was found lifeless in a dinghy. Madam Speaker, on my way back to the territory, I found myself crying. Big strap in me, yeah, I was bawling. Because Jamal was never really given a chance to live. 29 years old, Madam Speaker, another male gone. But he didn't leave behind any children. And he may only be remembered by certain sectors of our society. But today in the House of Assembly, Father God put me in here for a reason. I'm going to use this one today. Everybody in here gets up and talk about God. Well, I believe I'm here for a reason. And let the record really reflect what I have to say about Jamal Freeman today. Madam Speaker, with the inability to read Jamal had a lot stacked against him. From a home that had love but was not the most loving, Jamal had a lot stacked against him. Madam Speaker, when he was removed from the BVI educational system and refused a compulsory education, Madam Speaker, the deck was stacked against him. When I went to he whose name shall not be called behind there on the wall as the Minister of Education, and I said, let's do something about Jamal. You know what was said to me, Madam Speaker? He could become one day my daughter's husband. But nothing was done about Jamal. Jamal eventually became known to the rest of us as uncle. And I remember one occasion when he said to me he would buy shagadog in the ghetto. And he was half drunk and a man took a knife and dragged it across his throat. He found it funny because his life to him had no value. Madam Speaker, when Irma hit in 2017, prisoners escaped. Jamal came to Yep because he wanted to see me. Mr. Meta, what should I do? Jamal, go around because they don't have a gate, and at the end of the day, every single day you carry yourself back to that prison. So they cannot say that you were trying to escape. I gave him a Yep t-shirt, I gave him whatever food we had at the time, and I said, go and come. When Jamal finally had a little girlfriend, Mr. Meta, this is my girlfriend. She looked terrified. That was his girlfriend. Madam Speaker, when that young man said to me, you are like a father to me. And Madam Speaker, I don't have any biological children. When Jamal broke his foot 2 summers ago, took the cast off and decided to walk through the streets barefoot because he wasn't about that cast. No NHI card, no social security card, never had anything. Thieving mangoes from anybody, property, and you know who bought most of them, Madam Speaker? The 2 honorable members inside of the House Assembly. Honorable Turnbull and myself. Madam Speaker, Saturday, I saw Jamal. I did not recognize him. Y'all bought mangoes too? I don't care if I was handling stolen goods, Madam Speaker. I was helping a young man who was trying to find a way other than murdering someone and breaking into their house. Madam Speaker, I saw Jamal on Saturday. I stopped and I paid him for some mangoes, Madam Speaker, yes. Because when he got incarcerated last time in Virgin God, I didn't get to pay him. He watched me, he said, Meta. Then he said, Mr. Meta. Oh no, I mean Honorable Meta. I said, it's all good. He said, thank you. You're one man who always looks out for me. I said, Jamal, where are you going? I am going to Christmas on Main Street. In July. Christmas in July, up Virgin Gala, and he was going to get back the items that were confiscated from him. Madam Speaker, give me my time today, because I don't talk. I'm going to talk about Jamal Freeman. Because, Madam Speaker, you know you say gone too soon? But Jamal bore the scars of life on his skin physically from falling, being beaten, being dragged. Jamal only wanted to get in a dinghy and sail through the sea, but Jamal never had a dinghy. And Jamal couldn't go to the college and enroll in a program up there because Jamal couldn't read. And he who shall not be called. He didn't prophesy correctly that he will become anybody's son-in-law. Madam Speaker, Jamal Freeman at one point found a grenade. Yes, Madam Speaker, hear me. A grenade in an abandoned building up Eastern. You know what he did? Told me about it. And the police got their grenade. Madam Speaker, none of us are perfect and none of us will ever exit this world knowing when it is we would have left this world. But Madam Speaker, there's one thing you could say. All of us have a soft side and all of us have a purpose. I don't know if anything foul went wrong with that young man's life in terms of how he met his demise. But Madam Speaker, today I, Stacey Meta, going to say this. I gonna miss Jamal Freeman. Because the one thing I know about that young man, he was a Virgin Islander who enjoyed his country and enjoyed living. So, Madam Speaker, another one gone. Jamal, Mr. Mehta loves you. Madam Speaker, my Aunt Ormin, she's visiting. She gave me a daily bread. Told me I must read in the morning when I wake up. I do it most mornings, not every morning. Madam Speaker, this morning when I finished, something entered my mind. When I move around to the territory, people tell me, and I used to tell my students this, do your best, Madam Speaker, because your best is enough. Madam Speaker, this morning I said to myself, no, your best is not enough. And I started to reflect on our country. Many of my colleagues in here will say, we're doing our best. Madam Speaker, I don't want that anymore. And I ain't going to be doing my best anymore. Madam Speaker, I'm going to do what's required, what is necessary, what should be done, what must be done. Madam Speaker, we sit in here, we have to get to August the 31st. We had to get to May the 31st. And there was a date before then. There's always a date to get to the end of something and get it done. But are we doing what we must? Are we doing what is required? Are we doing our best? Which one, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I want to clarify something. In the last sitting of the House that I was present, we were debating the inquiries bill. And I said that I do not support a loan commissioner. English is a wonderful language, so I'm going to make sure I clarify what I said. I do not support a loan commissioner in any form or fashion with anything in our territory or anywhere else in the world, because one man's opinion, to me, is not enough, Madam Speaker. I support an inquiry panel, Madam Speaker. The same thing the UK has, give us that. Because if it's good enough for you, it's good enough for us. So when I speak of Hickenbottom coming to the territory as a sole person, Madam Speaker, that's like a cowboy, since we have cowboy references going on, walking into town on a lone horse, and he's the sheriff. No, Madam Speaker, give me 3 of them. Give me 5 of them. Because where rational behavior is needed, sometimes one man or woman might not find it. When one perspective is the only perspective you have, then you do not have balance, Madam Speaker. So for those who jump up on my chest, please understand what I meant. Madam Speaker, you know, since we're on the COI, sitting from this side, and Madam Speaker, I said to my honorable colleague just before we started that he said we were worthless. I like that, I got a song like that. Madam Speaker, I was never part of any government or any opposition until last year. So miss me with the NDP and the VIP talk. Miss me with the this is what it was, and this is what you were doing, and this is what you're doing now, and that other kind of stuff. Madam Speaker, I experienced that when I used to teach in a school. This ain't our school. Miss me with that. Maybe we need to add some things to the COI since we only jumping up for the COI. Madam Speaker, and I'm going to come back to this one here. Let's add roads to it. Let's add water. Let's add sewage. Let's add food prices, crime, cost of living, Joe's Hill Manor, health care, social security, NHI, quality of education, and just the overall quality of life in the BVI. If Hickenbottom had put that in the gospel that we like to talk about in here, would all people out there be feeling like we're doing work inside here? Because from month to month, week to week, day to day, session to session, we're on the 16th session, Madam Speaker. And we can't find the balance between what is required and what is our best. Madam Speaker, what is required is helping our people. Are we doing that? Or are we doing our best to do what was written in the gospel? According to Hickenbottom. Madam Speaker, my colleagues on this side and the minister will speak after me, and I'm hoping he will give me some good news as well. All seniors in this country, do we see them when we're moving around struggling to go with a bag of groceries from one supermarket to their house. Do you see them struggling across the road? Madam Speaker, a lady came to me the other day. She's a senior. And we talk about the beautiful Virgin Islands. You know them living in a building down there that Betito Fred have down there right across from the complex? We ever been inside that building, Madam Speaker, to see what it look like? $350 for rent. Running water, what's that? Electricity, what's that? But we want to talk about the quality of life in our Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, the last time in the house, you know what I said? When they came here, we showed them a little leg and they heist up the whole squad. But Madam Speaker, maybe if we start looking under ourselves, nobody will have to come here to do it. Are we doing what is required? Maybe not, Madam Speaker. Because I don't know what tomorrow will bring for me. And I might find myself down there. Madam Speaker. You see this rated program, Madam Speaker? I got up in this house and I talked about a rated program all in this year, last year. I said to the Premier, let me help you. Let me help you do anything with a rated program. Last House of Assembly, I heard that as an at-large representative, guess what? We could hire 5 people to cut bush. Madam Speaker, the people of the territory voted for at-large members in hand. What I'm hearing now is I could hire 5 people to cut bush. My God, Madam Speaker. It is 9? Put them in the 9th. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's what we're doing here. Celebrate the victory of having 5 people to cut bush. Madam Speaker, public works. So when a news site grabbing, why I have to say grab this one? Take the money from there, put the people in public works, give them a full-time job, let them go cut the bush. I have said it over and over again, but we in here debating again, happy because we get some people to go cut bush. Last night I drove twice between Stout Lookout and the top of Elevator Hill. Road look like it get great up like a little boy went in somebody here and cut it up and patch it up. Been like that for months on end. But Madam Speaker, you know what's the scariest part about that? Madam Speaker, it pitch black. You remember how it was when Irma had hit us after Irma? You're driving around the territory, you can't see anything? But my good friend over there, me picking on him, because I know he told me there's money in the budget. I'm not picking on him. I'm reminding him. Because I know his heart in the right place. So Madam Speaker, that rated program, it has 2 segments. And the minister reminded me of it just now. One, we're going to deal with people who are not able to do certain types of work, are not interested. But then you have the other side where you go into a government department and you work with them, and you work for what? A couple months, and then Madam Speaker, what they do after that? You're supposed to transition. You know what they transition into, Madam Speaker? Back to where they were. If something is not working, change it. Do what is required. If the COI had put on that rated program, we would have fixed it, Madam Speaker. I was told that as an elected official, prior to COI, I would have get $150,000 a year, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I never see that kind of money. That would mean I would get $600,000 in 4 years. And each member in here that is a district rep would have get $125,000. So if you take the $125,000 for each of the 9 and add 4 sets of 150 for all of us together, totally $1,750,000. Madam Speaker, how much bush we were cutting? We won't cut in bush. When we cut it now, either member. So Madam Speaker, what did we really do? Did we take that funds now and did we create the rated program as a substitute? Madam Speaker, I want to go on record that rated program needs to be looked into. It's not working. And if we don't get our handle on that, he can bat up again another contract. When you look at the COVID relief for schools inside here, Madam Speaker, I had it here, Madam Speaker. I want to call the right number because I'm telling me I must call the right number. Madam Speaker, it was recommended that they award $788,754.33. Madam Speaker, you ever see somebody pay more money than what they owe? But that government did it. $907,818 they gave out to schools and daycares and everything else. Madam Speaker, some of them in here asked for $9,000, then give them $20,000. Now fast forward, 2021, fast forward to 2024, we're giving the VAL and the SAL from the private schools. $7,500 to the VAL, $5,000 to the salutatorian of the school. And you know what we're giving the school, Madam Speaker? Seminars. Come see what STEAM is about. But then when they go back to the school, they don't have a computer lab. They don't have anything. But when people migrate to the BVI, and they can't send their children to the public schools, they go to the private schools. So this overfunction. But we didn't give them anything. We're not helping them. And you know what's interesting, Madam Speaker? Some of them same schools is church schools. And I go back to it again. We call God name all the time. But it's convenient. Even what he named over there is to give the schools. But now when you ask, we don't do that. Yet, if you look at the Education Act in the territory, Madam Speaker, you know what it says? There are two types of schools in the territory. Government and government assisted. You know what? In their car private. So how does government assist those schools? By carrying the educators to the seminars for them to see what's going on and then send them on their way? This is what we're doing. I gotta figure out what I'm doing. Madam Speaker, when the shoe is on the other foot, we can understand it. When you come inside and you sit down listening to bills that come in front of you and you have to adjust them, you have to go in committee, you have to figure it out, and then you can't ask the questions that the people are burning you with on the outside. It was agreed that we won't have questions anymore for a while because we're going to focus on what is required. Or is it what is best, Madam Speaker? I'm getting confused by the two of these days. Because for me, what's required also is asking what the people that want questions, the answers that they want to questions. Yes, the people want the COI to be over, but they also want us to find out inside, especially on this side, who gets criticized all the time for asking too many questions or getting up and talking too much. People out there bored with questions. People out there bored want to know we at the 70th, Madam Speaker. We ain't hit the 75th, we at the 70th. Yet when you watch the roads in town, potholes. As one member said, we're going to go and jump up for Juve and somebody might come up with a broken leg. Madam Speaker, we couldn't go up and pave. Madam Speaker, we couldn't pave and do some patching up Eastern, down Western. Madam Speaker, I didn't intend for every other ward or for almost everybody in the territory when they're talking about roads. Now, it ain't fixed. Madam Speaker, on 70th, we in here screaming about emancipation and our own people. We can't give them more, give them what is required. And Madam Speaker, I want to publicly say that I don't blame the minister who's responsible for this, because I sat in Standing Finance last year and I watched his frustration begging for money. And you know what's similar to right now, Madam Speaker, to last year, November, when the minister was begging for money for roads and water? The premier was in here. And where we are today again, Madam Speaker, no premier. We have the acting premier. Where's the premier, Madam Speaker? You think every time you get up, it was mentioned. The road from the police station, Eastern, to the community center. Water running on the road, degrading the road. The road from Grams, come back up, go forward by 1 mile. All of them roads up there. If you can't get what you need done in your own district and you are the head of the country, Madam Speaker, where we going? Because if the premier can't do it, Meta ain't gonna get it done from over here. Madam Speaker, there comes a time in our country when we have to say at the end of the day, let's do what is required. Madam Speaker, you know what was required? What was required was going behind the complex with all that energy, reclaiming, refilling, fixing down there. And Madam Speaker, you go drive on and drive off. I'm not even an engineer, but I bet you that fill that they put on there is better than the fill they put on down by the governor's house. Because they're holding up. The energy that was required to put a fence around, block it off so nobody can go in. The energy that was required to put up a stage and lights and this and that. The energy that was required to then argue with people to put it down there because it was made down there. What I'm saying, Madam Speaker, build it and they will come. How about doing what's right for people and they will applaud? Madam Speaker, we can't be hypocritical inside here. Do what we feel, do what we think is right, play with the money, and then what? Then we get mad with all people who we educated, who we go out and beg for votes, who we say to them, we know I are smart people. Madam Speaker, the only energy sometimes it seems like I have in this country is a racial issue, like white against black, Madam Speaker. Then we all must unite. Well, let's unite in this country for once for what is right and what is wrong. That money down there, Madam Speaker, it could have paved the roads in town. The honorable member and I came from Honolulu. Madam Speaker, they spent $80 million down there per mile on a road. 80 million per mile. Yeah, yes, Minister. 80. Come on, man. 80 to build a federal road. Madam Speaker, we ain't got that kind of money. We'll never see that kind of money to spend on a road. And anybody in here want to do that, then we're going to match. The Premier and I going to be down there. We all fist them in the air pumping. Madam Speaker, if I remember correctly, from the back, by the back of the admin complex, around the corner cost us $600 and something thousand to pave. Again, I say I ain't with the VIP and the NDP. I'm going to stand up here myself with this one. Madam Speaker, we can't continuously do things that don't make sense and then stand up with our chests all puffed up and want to be right. We had a non-stop concert. And if you give out tickets, which the day people didn't come, you had a concert down in Kingyani, be put on by our own local people, and I'm still down there, to my knowledge, waiting on the Premier to give the rest of the money that he promised. Are we not men and women in here that our word means anything to our people? When I speak in here and the Premier is in here and I wish you were here, you know why they get in here, Madam Speaker? Because I know no one comes in the gallery to watch. And they probably won't watch this until it's rerun on YouTube. And you won't see his face. You know what I get? That's a good point. Yes. We're going to look into that. Yeah, Madam Speaker, I wake up this morning with some things on my chest. Okay. Because the one thing my cousin Rambo told me when I was growing up, Stacy, your word is everything you are as a man. That's why when you want to do something, if you go by Simmons, Lumberyard, and you tell him you need credit, you know what, Madam Speaker, he's going to give it to you. Madam Speaker, as elected officials, if we can't tell all people no, instead of leading them on, then why would we lead it? Madam Speaker, we have another standing finance coming in November. We have a SAP coming ahead. And I'm going to puff up my chest. And if I have to drag my table over there next to that gentleman over there with a fancy tie on his phone right now, I'm going to be a voice for him because he needs money to fix the roads, Madam Speaker. I only asking the government to choose one thing and fix it. Fix the roads, fix the water, fix something, because his ministry, Honorable Raymond, throwing your bone today, take it and run with it. That ministry, Madam Speaker, is not going to get non-profit funding to fix our roads. But our education system will. Our healthcare, if we go and do them audits, will. Madam Speaker, our tourism industry has money. But everybody's saying we need to fix roads and infrastructure. Who gonna give that minister the money? It can only come from the Minister of Finance. So when you have a member on your team begging for money and looking bad in the public, give them what they need. Give them what they need, because you're not punishing the minister, you're punishing everybody else. All people kicking up because of the cost of living in the BVI, but yet we as leaders making it harder for them. Madam Speaker, they talk about a loan. The loan was mentioned and included in the budget. Madam Speaker, we coming into August, we're going to fly through August because we're focusing on the COA. If we get a chance and we still are wrong in September, October going to hit us, November, bam, back in standing finance again. We're going to be talking about the loan again? Or will the minister be begging for it? Madam Speaker, I just trying to understand where we're going. A couple of weeks ago, I wanted to talk about the fact that even some of the more prominent people in our community, people breaking into the house and stealing. Madam Speaker, October 2021, there were 8 murders in 6 months in this territory. And you know what they said in a headline in the BVI Beacon? We have to examine our crime strategy. Fast forward to last year, October 2023, the Premier says that we're having a crime strategy coming and we're going to have a crime summit. Madam Speaker, half the year gone. We laid in this House a bill, a report on policing in the BVI. In it, it told us where we all could see the issues we had in policing. But one of the striking things to me was, Madam Speaker, our police, they don't do any kind of preemptive investigations to find out what happened. You say, Madam Speaker, you tell me what happened with them is when they hear something happen is when we hear something happen too? Their intelligence isn't where it needs to be? Madam Speaker, I started out what I was saying today, that our young men are being murdered in the streets like they are nothing. And we still hear, every time something happens, saying, we're going to look at the crime strategy. We're going to look at the crime strategy. We're going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. Madam Speaker, I said this before, the guns in the territory. How come, when last you hear about a bust in the territory where we get a shipment of guns? Where we making them in the bush? Madam Speaker, where have you, in the last decade, Madam Speaker, who has been charged for importation of guns in our territory? Where we manufacturing these in the territory because it have to have them somewhere? Madam Speaker, let me tell you something, right? I got, what? Madam Speaker, it's Jamal Freeman that in me today, you hear me? It's Jamal Freeman that in me today. Madam Speaker, I heard, and I know the member coming after me, so I'm going to ask. Madam Speaker, I want the minister to give me a sweet line today and let me know that the Rotown seniors gone back where they belong. Because if they ain't back where they belong, I got some questions. Because, Madam Speaker, it's been 7 years since my good friend them from Rotown, Ms. Scatliff, had asked me this question a couple months ago. Them up east, them up this, them up that. Put them back where they belong. Say that again? I understand. The family up east ain't going to take care of them, but they say they want to be closer to town. Madam Speaker, all seniors, we in here talking about the admin complex. Minister are requesting a tour of the admin complex. Come, take all of us down there. Let me go see what it look like. Let's go see what it look like, Madam Speaker. I want to go in and I want to see. I want to see what's going on. Because when people in the public domain think that we are comfortable, we have to understand why they think we're comfortable, Madam Speaker. We have to understand that. Madam Speaker, traveling is very important. I will never knock anyone. There have been a lot of rumors in the territory that we still got private beaches. Again, I guess this is the Premier's portfolio because he probably have about 500-600 different departments under his list these days. We need to look into that and see how many of our beaches are private, where access is denied. I saw a picture a couple months ago and I never commented with a little boy standing up by a sign saying private beach. And if that's happening in the territory, it needs to stop. Madam Speaker, you know, like other members, I acknowledge that the BVI did wrong. I acknowledge that even I as a citizen in the territory should have been more vocal at different times. I acknowledge that members sitting on that side were probably new in what was going on their side, Madam Speaker. But you know what? We must all take responsibility, Madam Speaker. Because when you start to defend wrong, you are no better than the one who led the wrong. I believe in reminders in society of things that went wrong. But Madam Speaker, there's a place for things that went wrong and for things that went right. So when the public screams and says to us, take the picture off the wall, and we don't publicly address it, well, Madam Speaker, we have committees in the House to address things. We have committees in the House to fix things. We have things within our system to make things right. But as a young member in this House, I'm sometimes confused and I have to lean on Honorable Skelton or Honorable Fraser to figure out whether what we have in here is really the way things are supposed to be, or did some things change and we just going with the flow now. So, Madam Speaker, before I take my seat today, I'll say this. I beg that the House of Assembly in the BVI or the Virgin Islands, which is better for me to say, can find itself where it needs to be. Where we can start on time, we can be more respectful to each other, we can do what is required, and we can get done what needs to be done in the best interest of our people, Madam Speaker. Because there's something that we can balance, Madam Speaker. What our people need and what is required. What is required right now is everything because our people are screaming out. Madam Speaker, I shop. I learned this when we had our first conference or our initiation into this house. The member from Turks and Caicos, Madam Speaker, said she goes into the supermarket to meet with people and talk. I go in there to meet with people and talk. Madam Speaker, you know how I gauge the country right now? When I go to the checkout, I'm still looking at the screen. There's some people in our territory, they're looking at the screen, they're looking in the purse, they're looking in the wallet. Then they have others. And when you ask them a question whether they shop or not, maybe they don't answer because they make enough money to send somebody to shop for them. Madam Speaker, have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look at that lunch break there, could put some energy in this house. Madam Speaker, like other members, I too want to start by giving my condolences to those families who have lost loved ones. Just over the weekend, we buried Myla Maynard in Virgin, a brilliant young lady, gone too soon. We still have Darius Stevens. We still have Darius Stevens there to go. Guys. 1, 2. Yeah. They're good to go. So I bring condolences to all these families who've lost loved ones. It seems like every other weekend we're attending somebody's funeral. And like other members too, I too want to condone the violence that we see happening ever too often. And I condemn. Sorry, Madam Speaker. I too condemn the violence in the not only are the immediate families affected, also many other persons are affected when these kind of things happen. And indeed, the country is affected when violence raises ugly head. So I bring condolences to all those families all over the BVI who have lost loved ones. And Madam Speaker, on the brighter side, I want to recognize those, particularly in my district, who've made birthdays over the last couple of weeks. They had Three Pence, my good friend Three Pence, made 93, I think. And was probably not sung by Smith in the Valley. And today, one of my favorite persons, Miss Gracia Stevens, up in North Song. And I hope she's listening. If you're listening, happy, happy birthday. And may you live to enjoy many, many, many more. And on Sunday, Madam Speaker, is the birthday of my very good friend, Miss Iris Harrigan, who I do believe is also tuned in, because whenever I'm in a house, he makes sure she tunes into the house to listen to what members are saying. They may get a critique afterwards, but on Sunday, she'll be celebrating her 101st birthday. And I can guarantee you she's listening right now to the house. And she'll tell me when I see her later on in the week, every single thing that was said by which member, particularly me. Oh, weekly, a hay in the house again. And on she would go. Madam Speaker, we spoke a lot today about the rated program. A lot has been said about the rated program, but I just want to sincerely thank the guys in the rated program for the job they're doing in Virgin Water. I get pictures regularly, and also I must include solid waste and public works team for doing all the things that they're doing on Virgin Island to keep Virgin Island as a tourism island, second district, keep it as pristine as possible. While we get ready to do Enegada in August, we had a little challenge finding persons who are unemployed. But this program, yes, it needs tweaking. I would never disagree with that. But for the most part, it has brought relief to some persons who are out of work and persons who otherwise mightn't have a dollar to spend for August. And I must commend the ministry for making sure they got paid, I think, on time this time, because they got their checks last week for the first round. Yes, we need more money in this program, and I think it can go a long way in keeping the BVI beautiful, keeping the place pristine, providing employment. And I think I want to add that the RITID program isn't only concerned with bush cutting. There are also persons working in offices and other places through this very program. Can a program be longer or should it be longer? Of course. Our goal is to have persons working all year round. Madam Speaker, it always concerns me that I hear it every single day from persons in my district. I've applied to all of these jobs, not even a call back. Nobody's giving me a job, blah, 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 blah. Yet you see persons going to labor every week, get no work permits. And it creates an anxiety with this person and anger. They're angry sometimes when they sit at home and can't find a work. So the RITID program does fill a little gap there for these persons. Now, Speaker, last weekend we saw again the big Christmas in July party in Palm Bay, one of the biggest beach parties in the British Virgin Islands. And Speaker, I just want to thank some of those organizers. I was there briefly on Saturday. Tommy Dardet for the fantastic job they do every year. Marcos Rivera, Wally Castro. These guys go to a large amount of trouble to make sure and coordination. It's always amazing to go to that beach party in Palm Bay. Madam Speaker, it's been going on for many, many years. I born met this happening. It has grown from a few boats to thousands of persons, including locals down there. It was good to see the local vendors there to say staycation, the Lions, the Rotary, and the various organizations providing service to our visitors as well as locals. But Madam Speaker, the highlight of Christmas this year was a young lady, Aliana Busquets. This young lady is a daughter of one of the Puerto Ricans who come to Virgin Islands every year. And she decided she wanted to do something good for the BVI. And she went and she raised $40,000 worth of exercise books to give to BVI students. So I had to go up to Palm Bay. I gave her a little medal, I gave her some flags and other gifts, and thank her for doing such a gesture for people who don't even know. But it's so like the BVI, and it's so impressed with the friendliness of the BVI. Thought she'll do something for the people and the children of the BVI. And I really must thank her for that. The 7 containers, which should be on the way, I guess, now. So they can be given out in August in time for schools opening in September. So we really appreciate all that they have done for Puerto Ricans. In all the hotels were booked, and rooms and rentals and restaurants for the entire BVI. That's my understanding. I don't think it was Virgin Islands. It was about 7,000 books, like 40,000 worth of books. I was told it for the BVI. So we make sure when they arrive that every district get there. No district left behind. So a couple of pet peeves. Madam Speaker, I used to call Sargassum every year surprise, because we never seemed in the past ready for Sargassum. I live in Handsome Bay next to the water plant. So I see Sargassum, I know the patterns very, very well. And it's usually always a headache trying to get the ministry to act quickly. But I must say this year, I was quite surprised when I took the pictures and I sent them in. The minister is being processed. So I hope to see action on Handsome Bay, maybe before, if not before the week is done, early next week. The carnival can't stop the sargassum, because when a sargassum accumulates, you don't want to be close to it. Tarnishes all the metals in your homes. If you're asthmatic and so forth, it affects you personally, and it's a horrible odor. So the sooner you can get a sargassum removed from the water. The cycle is very, very simple, Madam Speaker. If the sargassum comes in and it remains in the water to rot, it's going to create that scent. But when it comes in, it is removed from the ocean as quickly as possible. It doesn't scent when it rots. It simply dries up and withers away. So hopefully we'll have that done soon. Then, Madam Speaker, I saw few days ago where the contract was awarded to do the streetlights in North Sound and in Nenagara. And but it really pleased my heart. You see, this project, I was still going to begin the project, I think around August 15th, because all those streetlights in place. They've been down since 2017. But Madam Speaker, the folks came to me again last week, and it's not the first time, about that boat hall out there in Spanish Town. It was put there many, many years ago. At the time, they said it was in quite the best way, but it wasn't done correctly the first time. Madam Speaker, since the storms and so forth are recent, it has gotten worse. I've written to the PS, they promised to come and look at it, but I'm still waiting. I want to see the same energy that you have for other things to come to that boat ramp. So the boaters, they had to postpone one tournament because the boats couldn't be launched or removed from the water easily enough. You have to get backhoes and trucks. It's very annoying that the fishermen can't use the ramp that was designed for them. So the sooner we can get that ramp there organized, the better. Now, Speaker, I had two guys came out a few days ago. We're all about tourism, and the BVI is known for its waters. When you combine the two, a lot of persons make a livelihood out of boats and the ocean. But the guys told me that at one point in time, because we are a high-end destination, they used to be able to go to, let's say, St. Thomas. People flying from New York to St. Thomas. And these guys could have gone to St. Thomas in a private boat, pick up their high-end guests, and then take them directly to hotels in the BVI, whether it be Scrub Island or Peter Island or Bitter Island or wherever. But in recent time, for whatever reason, they have stopped boaters being able to do that. The person may fly from New York or Boston or wherever, get to St. Thomas in maybe 4.5 hours, and then be stuck in immigration and customs somewhere. What the guys used to do is pick up the guests in Thomas Airport, take them straight to the hotels, and then do the paperwork afterwards. So the persons got to their destination in short order, begin enjoying their vacation, where the boat captains would go. And this went on for many years, Madam Speaker. Then for whatever reason, it has stopped. On behalf of the guys, they're asking us to relook that policy once more. Because some of the guys have even sold their boats because they say it's gotten so hard, you couldn't be bothered anymore. Having different St. Thomas to go West End, sometimes wait for hours, or in Rotang, wait for hours with the high-end guests on their boats trying to figure out what's going on here. I got to St. Thomas quickly, but now I'm stuck here in line. And all they're asking is for us to rethink why we stop that policy of letting these high-end guests go straight to their destination. And then the same guys were telling me, they made a suggestion. Is it sometimes when they bring their guests into customs immigration, sometimes these guests have bad experiences. But when they leave the port, outside the port, maybe a tourist board agent. And they're asking, can we please put a tourist board agent inside so they can witness the treatment of the guests upon arrival? I don't know what the policy is there, but they're really concerned about sometimes the kind of treatment that they hear the guests receive. And the tourist board agents may be at the port, but not in where they can see for themselves what is happening, and they have to hear concerns second hand. Let me address two other issues brought up by members. The member for the tour brought up the issue of Just Van Dyke Clinic and a phone issue. Just Van Dyke, Just Van Dyke. That was brought to my attention just this morning. I have since sent it off to the HSA persons in charge, and they've assured me it will be rectified in short order. And I thank the district officer for bringing it to my attention. These may be simple things, but sometimes they're quite nuisances when you're on sister islands. So I know on Tortola it might seem like not a big deal, but on a sister island, sometimes it's a big complication. The issue of transport, particularly for persons who have to access health care. Madam Speaker, I witnessed this myself on many occasions. And what I saw one last week, I was going to visit a friend up on the 5th floor. When I got to the entrance downstairs, I saw a lady with a van there. And she was opening the back, so I ended up talking with her. And while I was talking with her, a gentleman came in a wheelchair, and I asked her if it was her father. She said, no, it's her brother. Then she went into the whole experience of what she had to go through to get her brother out of the wheelchair, into the car. She had to take a day out from work, Madam Speaker, just to get her brother from the hospital home. So they got Audley's at the hospital to help her take the boy from the chair, put him in the car, pack up the wheelchair, and her sister came. Then they drove him home. Then she got two other friends to leave their jobs to help her take her brother out of that vehicle. So the issue of transport is something I take very seriously because I see the hardship it have when you have to use your regular vehicle to transport persons, particularly seniors or persons who don't have good mobility. That vehicle has been ordered. It should be here. I was hoping for it to be here this week. Hopefully by next week, that vehicle should be here and available to help transport, particularly persons in wheelchairs. I see for myself, persons in dialysis. If you don't have your own vehicle, you have to get the vehicle, pack up your wheelchair. Somebody have to lift you into the vehicle, bring you to a dialysis. They have to take you out, set up your chair, put you in, wheel you in. It's a harassment not only for the patients themselves, but also the persons who are tasked with doing this. The transport of our seniors, particularly to our medical facilities, is something I'm absolutely aware of, and I'm working on. So the van has been ordered. You can take two wheelchairs to the persons in the wheelchair. They don't have to get out the wheelchair. You wheel them in, lock them in. They're going to have to go. They're wheeled out, and they access the healthcare. And most of our buildings are handicap outfitted already. They can access more buildings now. And the charge, Madam Speaker, should be a minimal cost. Because I had friends who had to deal with that kind of situation. Just from the dock to the hospital and back, for 1 month, it costs you up to $1,300. You already have challenges with your small pensions and this and that. And here you are now burdened with transportation costs. The ministry is taking a proactive approach to make sure that these persons who are in this situation will get some relief. And the families who are paying lots of money will see a reduction facilitating persons accessing. And the same thing, Brother Mehta asked about the seniors in Rotong. Well, they attack me too, so to speak, and they want to know when can they be back in Rotong, back to their homes. The fact remains that the building that they used to have the seniors in Rotong is being used by the Department of Social Development. Yes, I'm trying my best to get them relocated. It's taken a little longer than I would like. And I must commend those seniors because they so understand the importance of getting together. Some go to East End, some go to West End, some go to both because they have alternate days. Because it's so good to see those seniors and encourage all the members of this house. When you have any time, Monday and Wednesdays, East End, go sit down with the seniors. It's good, it's refreshing. Hear their stories, talk with them, hear their concerns. Or West End, then Tuesday and Thursday. Spend some time with our seniors. When I'm on the seniors, and so we are working at the ministry very hard to make sure our community centers all over the BVI are being addressed. Most of which were damaged, I add, Madam Speaker, during the hurricanes of 2017. But I wouldn't just talk about the community centers. I'll go over what the ministry is doing, Madam Speaker. And I must commend the acting PS Borty and the team at the ministry for the hard work that they do, and all the departments and HS and all of them, for the hard work they do trying to bring relief and things to the people of this country. Madam Speaker, I want to highlight a few things from the ministry. From the Housing Recovery Program, for this year alone, 2024, we have completed 3 social homes. Currently, there's 1 social home in Virgin Islands currently advertised, is out for bid. And hopefully that house will be done soon. In Just Van Dyke, there were 80% completed in a social home over there. Just Van Dyke has probably had more social homes than any other district in the BVI, I believe. They've had quite a few. And I'm happy to do that. And as Speaker, while I'm here, I want to permit to know that my money is running low in social homes, but the demand is still high. And once we get the money, we're going to continue to assist our persons, getting them into their own homes. Madam Speaker, we also embarked because I was over in King Garden Bay yesterday, and I was shocked to see I went in the graveyard to see what was happening, and they actually see a grave being dug for the funeral on Saturday. And so we take great pride in giving our people good send-off. And so the ministry has embarked on a graveyard beautification program. And so far, we have Just Van Dyke Graveyard under repairs, in Garden Bay soon to start. In the 6th district, we have the graveyard. I think the fencing is finished up there. North Some, Capone's Bay, and another one will be started right after the holidays. Madam Speaker, we have 2 community centers currently under construction here in Garden Bay, which I was told should be finished this week. They're currently cleaning up outside. The beautiful edifice, and I'll be happy to turn that key over to the minister, the member for the second, very soon. It's a beautiful big building. Can be used for so many things to bring enrichment to the community. You can have so many activities there. And I hope we get the seniors there also with your help, of course. We'll be working together to bring that place back to where it is. The one in Eastern, Madam Speaker, and these 2 were destroyed during 2017, long before I was elected. But I'm going to make, because of the seniors who always call me, and I really have a great respect for our seniors. I'm going to make sure they soon have more space. The one in Eastern, the last thing to be done was the AC. I was there myself yesterday, and the AC units are there in the ground just and are being hooked up. So remember, for the 8th, I think soon from now you're going to have to find something else to complain about from the Ministry of Health. I'll be giving you your brand new refurbished community center. Yes, it's taken a long time, but we are here. We are here. Because when I go to my people in East End, they always ask me about Minnesota, when we can get back together. We're only on 2 days still, but we're going to soon move that up as soon as we get all the persons that we need. And Speaker, the Bruce Bay Community Center down in the 2nd District, also destroyed during the 2017 hurricanes. That contract will be signed in the next few weeks, already been awarded. Paperwork is being done. Hopefully everything will be done in August, so that contractor can start the Bruce Bay Community Center early in September to finish next year. I used to enjoy going to Bruce Bay, and I stood the seniors there many years ago, and I think those people in the West are a special breed of people. Because even if you go to the program in the West End, there's no senior program like those in the West. East is good, but the West got a different kind of spirit, different kind of energy with those seniors down there. And I really enjoy doing that. Madam Speaker, in the solid waste area, approximately 6,000 gallons of waste motor oil is scheduled to leave the territory this week, so it should have happened. And 6,000 gallons of cooking oil will be exported also very soon. Madam Speaker, we started a waste oil collection program, I think it was maybe 2 months ago, where we have various teams going around the various districts collecting all the oil from the restaurant. Members have noticed there aren't oil sitting around like before. Oil is collected and then it is shipped as an experimental program. Madam Speaker, that is part of the wider strategy of reducing how much stuff is going into the dump at Parkwood Pond. We remove glass from the waste stream and now oil from the waste stream. So by the time we get our incinerator back up, we'll have less stuff to be processing down there. Speaking of incinerator, the member for the third is in here, the member for the fourth is here. The control plan for the incinerator is about 95% completed, Madam Speaker. That is really good news. I got some pictures just yesterday with the proof that the panel is about done and should be here hopefully by the month of August. And then we have, I think, one more part to arrive. So fingers crossed, Madam Speaker, before the year is done, we shall be turning the incinerator on. And it's been done for too long, but we've since made a lot of other things improve since then. Madam Speaker, you might have seen in the news on social protection, the fiscal space analysis to assess the current budget for social protection. The Ministry is undertaking a comprehensive economic analysis to examine how the government can support the recommended program enhancements. The analysis will assess the resources needed and identify data gaps to ensure the program long-term sustainability. Madam Speaker, we always speak about what take too long and what take too fast. But I said it in the House, I think last time I spoke, the long road draws sweat, the shortcut draws blood. We're going to take our time and do things sustainably. We're going to sweat it out and do things sustainably, but it's going to take a little bit of time. This will lead to more streamlined processes, clear eligibility criteria, and improved service delivery to vulnerable persons and those struggling to make basic living needs. Now, Speaker, all of us in here, every single one of us in here get requests every day from persons who are in financial need and food needs. I mean, I know I get them because I'm Minister of Health. I may get more than average person, but I guarantee every single representative in here get requests for assistance, either financially or otherwise. Even while sitting in a house right now, I got one on my phone asking me, Minister, I ain't eating 3 days. Minister this, Minister that, I need assistance. So we know the current program isn't solving the public the way it should. So we're going to make sure when we get this thing done that the public is well serviced. Speaker, I'll go to the 70th. Should I go 70th already? But we have 3 days we're playing with in here. But before I go to I won't end the 70th, so let me just skip that. And Speaker, I have a little issue that's been brewing in my district for a while, and it's coming to a boil now. Like a friend of mine would put it, the rock that Lawrence set up is having some issues. Madam Speaker, I know when that place was first established, it was established particularly with locals in mind. I remember the story of that place with a man called Mr. Aman, I think he was, who was too old to walk. And they were told, pay this man even to throw rocks in the sea and take them out. But Madam Speaker, I've seen a change over the last few months in how that entity is operating. I'm not feeling that community-ness which was established there anymore. I get a lot of complaints. Even access to that property now is a problem. How can you be in a community and want to restrict the same community from coming to your place? I met some folks recently, some local folks who were going to the property. When they got to the security gave them a hassle and turned them away. What was going on in this country? That's not the way this entity was. I asked for a meeting with the manager. I'm still waiting to see him, but I told him to tune in today. So if you can't get attention one way, or get attention the next. I don't think the way this is going was the original intention. And the people are not happy with what is happening at that facility. And the members in this house who had bad experiences there, but all of them talk for themselves if they choose to. But Madam Speaker, when we're doing business in a community, communities should not feel isolated from the place of business. And when you're a place of business where locals feel that they can't get a job there, but every time you look around, there's somebody else who you don't know walking there. It is creating bad feelings in the community. I'm asking them to please, let's change that around. That was not the original intention. And the government has worked hand in partnership with you to bring you where you are. Now all of a sudden, now you're in your foot now, you want to take a foot now and mash down people. I don't, Madam Speaker, that's not right. That's not right at all, and I don't like it. I'm getting too many complaints. I'm getting too many complaints about that place of business here in my district. And it's not right what I'm hearing. And I'll be dealing with that later on. The rock that Lawrence laid. You'll know it is one of these days. But I was appealing to them, let's get back to the original ethos for why that business existed. A large part of it was to help the local community. And right now, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it at all. And I'm very, very concerned with certain things I see happening there, and I get these complaints over, and they're increasing, and they're increasing. And I'm Deputy Premier, Minister for Trade. We have to take a look at these businesses who want to close down 3 and 4 and 5 months. I know it started, I know how it started, but I think when you have workers who expect to work at least 11 months a year, they have a permit for 12 months a year, but now they're working less and less. And these people still have needs. When you're closing down for 3, 4 months, how are you people supposed to eat? How are you supposed to take care of the expenses when you close down? You ain't suffering nothing. When you close them down, I'm asking the Minister of Trade to look into this. Let's have a conversation about these properties who are shut down so long. I ain't say don't shut down. You need to maintain stuff and do stuff. But we can't be doing that to our people. At your convenience, you want to shut down for a long period of time. Now, we are good on time, right? I have a whole other page to go. Huh? I need a 4 minutes. Madam Speaker, it's the end of July. And we've been in this house, like was alluded to, a lot. Second person asked me if I still here. I saw a gentleman this morning, so I thought you went away. I said to him, no. I've just been either cabinet or in the house almost every single day for the last couple of weeks. Imagine I have to get up in the morning, 7 o'clock, after 6, before 6, after 5, simply the news. They catch a 7 o'clock boat to come to Tortola. As much as people are there reveling and carrying on and all kind of things, the festivities, we have a serious problem in here. We are forced to be in cabinet in this house because of a COI that threatens our very freedom. We are in here 5 days a week battling with a deadline right over our head there, trying to go through some recommendation. And I said it in the house before. Because some who are hell-bent on delivering Hickam Bottom. But we are sent here to deliver our people. And we got to get those lines clear. I alluded to earlier too. You can't go blindly down a road at the end of the day we look back with regret. Because Hickam Bottom was well and properly delivered. But all people here wondering what is the here on the do. What we can make a really do. And so, Madam Speaker, it's the 70th anniversary of festival as we know it. And person often asks me, you want to celebrate it before? But there's a reason, there's a whole story as to why it's only 70 years of festival as we know it. And Eileen Parsons did an excellent job of giving a history of why it is only 70. I have a copy in my bag that I found over the weekend. But we are 190 years from the emancipation of slavery. And in 10 years from now, it will be 200. And I don't know what persons hear what they think when they hear that we have been freed for 200 years. Or if you go to the case of Nottingham, 248 years. But they were not a subject, Nottingham wasn't a subject of emancipation. They were manumission, owned by Mary and Samuel Nottingham, who were Quakers. And if you were Quaker, you were forbidden to have slaves. And so they had to give up their slaves. And they were kind enough to not only give up their slaves, but also give them the property that they owned before they moved down to the United States. So we're 190 years out of slavery. And we have to really ask ourselves, I mean, are we satisfied where we are 200 years later? 10 years from now will be 200 years. As a people, it bothers me. I mean, I don't know about some other people, but it bothers me because if I had died in 1834 and wake up now, I'd ask you what happened to you. I was forced to ask the question, you didn't realize you're free? Go do something. And sometimes the way I supposed to behave, being too far from that. But we have to tell ourselves, we ask ourselves, where are we really going? 200 years later, where are we trying to go? 200 years later. And people hate to hear it, but we're going to stay like this all the time, or we're going to move on to the next level of our political evolution. And I think we have to move on. If those older folks come back, they will beat us inside, do all this for y'all, and y'all stay with this? What's going on? You can't be afraid of the natural next step of our evolution. It will sound bad to see you come 200 years later, and we really ain't got a whole lot to show for it. If it's there, please let's highlight it. Let's highlight it. What's the matter? We really start asking for children. Start asking questions. For them come behind, start asking, we question what y'all really doing 200 years later. 200 years later. This way y'all rich? This way y'all rich in 200 years? Let's think about these things, Madam Speaker. Let's think about these things. I think I had one more topic here I wanted to touch on, but maybe I'll leave that alone for now. Yeah, Madam Speaker, I think I'll just leave with that thought. 200 years later, 2034, 200 years later. In 1833, they had the Abolition Act in the UK come effect in 1834. They had an apprenticeship period for the 4 years in there. We went through all sorts of ups and downs. Last House of Assembly got it back in 1950. And now we're here charting. So 10 years from now, it's still 200 years. 10 years from now. And I think we should ask ourselves a serious question. That when we come to celebrate our 200th year of freedom, we need a serious assessment of where we are. And now is the time to start thinking about that assessment of where we want to be when we're celebrating 200 years of freedom. Madam Speaker, with that, I will take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Junior Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries, Honorable Carl Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in what has been the pattern for the afternoon thus far, I begin by offering condolences to the families affected by the violent acts of the last weekend. Like others, I was able to speak to the father of Jareem last evening, and I also know his mother. And so my thoughts and prayers are with them. We're also with the family of Mr. Elroy Allen, for whom we had a memorial service on Sunday. A man younger than myself, played basketball with him and other things in the district, and he too is gone too soon. And then also, Madam Speaker, there's yet another family that my thoughts and prayers are with, and persons whose family was, mentioned a few times by my good colleague, the Deputy Speaker, and I certainly would in no way speak or impede his right to express his opinions. When a person gets into national life, put yourself out there and you bear responsibility for what you may do, and there are systems and courses that will deal with that. But I must say that as I think of families, I do think of the family of my predecessor, his mother, his wife and children, and so many who love him. Madam Speaker, as we are approaching the festival break, we will have a few days off, and it represents a break, Madam Speaker, in perhaps what has been the most aggressive period of legislative activity in the territory's history. And I would like, as we go into this very short break, to recognize and thank all the members of this House for the hard work that they have done. They have said on occasion that whether it is by our strategy or not, the bills come from cabinet and they come with more work to be done. And everyone has put their hands to the plow to ensure that we produce the best for our people, and I'm thankful. I'd also like to recognize the work of the persons in the ministries, the reviewers. Many of them were BV Islanders who reviewed on behalf of the COI recommendation agenda, as well as the AG's chambers. And while we could easily say that a lot of it has been done based on the COI agenda, we would also agree that there were many areas that needed attention. And as a result of all legislative work, we are in a better place in many respects than we were before. Important issues such as immigration, crown lands, public assistance are all matters that were brought forward by this government into the Honorable House. These matters were closely examined, and where necessary, changes were made in this House in the interest of the short and long-term interests of the people we serve. I commend my colleagues in government who are responsible for leading the development of the various pieces of legislation. Recently, last week, as a matter of fact, I had the opportunity and privilege to join with the Premier and, in fact, in chairing some of the sessions at the OECS meeting of the Council of Ministers of the Environment and Sustainability. At that meeting, Madam Speaker, we discussed many of the issues faced by the region, such as the threats associated with intense weather phenomena, such as hurricanes, intense heavy rains leading to flooding, drought, coral bleaching. One presenter, Madam Speaker, focused on the impact of heat. And so many of the things I just mentioned are heat-related, and it has its impacts on storms, on agriculture, on health, on fishing. So many things impacted by heat. That meeting also offered some rays of hope, that there were updates given on the prospects for funding to support, for territories like ours, to support to address some of the issues here in the Virgin Islands. Plans are being made for alternative ways for measuring which countries are eligible for support. Because, Madam Speaker, you know, for many years, and the members here would know that a lot of times, yes, there was a pot going around, but that pot had an X next to the Virgin Islands. Sometimes an X next to Caymans, an X next to TCI, saying that per capita income was too high, there was a high GDP, and all these things were coming at us as to why we could not be included, when in fact the cost to us for even medium-sized capital projects, if you flipped it around and said what's the cost per capita to do these things, you realize how much of a burden on a small population of 30 to 35,000 persons to do any major project. But we are heading in a direction where measures are being developed that will no longer so easily cause us to be excluded. And Madam Speaker, these have been successful because of the collective actions of regional bodies. The Premier is currently at a meeting of CARICOM, and I was glad to hear the Deputy Speaker also say that he thought that traveling was important, and he's not going to knock it, because as I see it, it's very important that we have strong regional ties. Because as I continue to state, that we are on a road to being a fully autonomous country, and as such, we must be clear with whom we will associate. We must be clear who our friends will be and who our friends are even now. Such advancements, such as those collaborations, are useful to the territory, but there are some measures that we must address ourselves. And this one here, I'm going to speak for a minute on a very specific area. This year, the Virgin Islands has been inundated on a couple of occasions with extremely intense rains. And these happened well before the hurricane seasons and has had tremendous implications. It's been costly to the territory, and I've even heard the Director of Public Works say that he has already expended the funds that would have been set aside for response during the hurricane season based on the weather events that took place earlier this year. And we all know that there was tremendous damage to public infrastructure. We saw our roads destroyed. We saw, as we said, every dry gut came down and carved a new path somewhere where we had not seen it for many years before, and in fact, in many instances, created new routes to the sea. While I would be the first to say that the intensity of the rain seemed to be something that was rarely seen in the territory, I would also say at the same time that some of the damage could have been avoided if development took place in a more sensible manner in our territories. There are some developments that have been made without due consideration for its impact. And I think that there is a need for more of us to think about how our actions might impact our neighbors. As legislators, we have a responsibility to look at the current powers and authority of agencies such as the Town and Country Planning Department and other relevant government bodies to see how they regulate development. We need to make sure that they are effective in their intention and effective in what they actually do. In some cases, it may be that laws need to be re-examined or regulations need to be strengthened. In some instances, for that department to act, the only route for them to do it is through the court systems. And that in itself is a long process that results in things taking far longer than they need to. So it may be that we need to add a little more punch to the Town and Country Planning Department to allow them to act and safeguard individuals and properties in the territory so that they would not cause harm one to the other. But I believe in that process too, we must still also train our contractors and heavy equipment operators and make sure they are aware of sound practices and the planning laws to ensure that as they pay their roles, they have the capacity to operate wisely and within the required laws. In my own district, I will continue to seek to address recurrent drainage problems. And after the rains, as I went around, we saw issues in Long Bay. Coming down the hill, we saw in Little Apple Bay where you literally have to swim to get home. In the towers where there's a huge pond, after a heavy rain, Zion Hill coming into people's property, and it's similar in Carrot Bay. These are all issues that we must address, even ensuring that the alternate route from the towers over to Cox Heath is made passable, as the shoreline may sometimes be impacted by heavy storms cutting us off through to Seacoast Bay and Road Town. This weather phenomena also has an impact on other aspects of our lives, such as agriculture. And we have been blessed with rains in the last few months, but they have also been always alternated with periods of extreme heat. Yes, the long talked about reservoir project at Paraquita Bay continues with a timeline of completion in the first quarter. But our response to water issues go beyond that and beyond Paraquita Bay. We will have to look at natural sources combined with technology and training in approaches to agriculture that will require less water. Related to the marine aspect of what I do, while our Department of Agriculture and Fisheries is mainly focused around food, we do also have responsibility for the management of sport fishing activities. And 2 weeks ago, we launched and announced the North Drop Open, a new sport fishing tournament to be based in Virgin Gorda from August 8th to 10th. I'd like to commend the group, Mr. Thomas Warner, Chad Letzum, as well as colleagues from Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic for their leadership as we are seeking to establish our name and our brand for this high-end activity once again in the British Virgin Islands. I say British Virgin Islands because, of course, the reputation was there for our waters, but it was actually associated with the U.S. Virgin Islands fishing industry. But we aim to bring it back because we believe it is something that has tremendous potential for economic impact in our territories, because these individuals that pursue these activities are also very high spenders. I'll also mention, as we talk about things that are coming up, and yes, we realize that this has been around for a while, but I'll just briefly mention that medical school, we continue to work on it, and it is coming. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'd like to, at this point, wish everyone a safe and enjoyable festival as we celebrate 190 years and 70 years of our emancipation celebration. I must take the time to recognize those who participated from the 1st District. In the Miss Princess competition, we had Ajane Dore and Daria Donovan. Daria Donovan was the eventual winner and is in fact Miss BVI Princess 2024. We also have the Miss Teen BVI from the 1st District in the person of Miss Asha Heineman. And I'd like to, as we prepare for festival across the territory and specifically in the 1st District, I'd like to commend the roadside maintenance team in the forest for the good work they're doing leading up to festival. And I do agree with the members who say that we need to rethink the rated program and make sure that it serves the purpose of value for money, ensuring the cleanliness of the territory on a consistent basis, and provides opportunities for those who may be in need of work. So it's coming in timely for us. And for us in the 1st District, we're confident about what will happen on the main roads, and we will continue to press that the secondary roads are also addressed in our district. Speaking of beautification, our young people, like others, took part in the Waste Management Summer Beautification Program, and their project this time was to totally refurbish and take a whole fresh coat on the Capoons Bay stands. And they did an excellent job on it. And I commend the leadership of Mr. Pete Smith and all the young people who took time to participate in that program. Other programs are moving on through the efforts of the Public Works, the Ministry of Communication, the project, the revetment project and Fortune Gut project. One has been approved and should begin shortly, and the other one is in process. So it shows that the commitment is there for the continued development of the district. I'd like to, as I mentioned, invite everyone down to the Carrot Bay Cultural Festival, which will take place from August Thursday to August Saturday. The committee there has been working hard on the leadership of Mr. Jabari Stout, and they have built on the work done by the Cultural Thursdays Committee under the leadership of Monica Housen, who sustained the effort for the entire year and were now able to be a foundation for the coming activities and cement Carrot Bay as the cultural capital of the territories. We expect in the 1st District to take part in the 70th Emancipation Parade with a West Float featuring our fishers. And in that regard, I really want to say a belated birthday to Mr. Alfredo Delville, well up into his 90s, a longtime fisherman who made his birthday yesterday. I'll begin close to where I started, Madam Speaker, in commending the members of the House for the work they have done. Pardon? I'll end. Maybe I'm starting again. I'll end where I began in commending the members of the House for the work done on legislation. And we know full well that we are on the home stretch as far as the reforms required for the Commission of Inquiry. Sometimes it seems annoying for us to know that that was the impetus for the pace of action. We hope that we'd have gotten to it at some point, but the pace of action was driven by the COI. But regardless of what, I would say I encourage us to continue to be diligent as we move forward with these reforms and always see them as the foundation for a better Virgin Islands. I thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Minister for Communications and Work, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I too would like to start where most of the members start today and offer sincere condolences to those that we have lost, those that were lost tragically. We keep their families up in our prayers. We, as a member of NSC, we were able to hold a special meeting yesterday in terms of trying to get a better understanding of what has taken place and what the plan should be forward. The NSC meetings, as you know, based on the Constitution, they are made up of the Premier, Minister, AG, Police, and the Governor, chaired by the Governor. And usually the body is where you get information pertaining to what is taking place. We try to plan the way forward for us to minimize any sort of these heinous crimes. A statement was issued yesterday pertaining to what should happen during the festival season, and the police committed to doing more patrols on land and sea, and we're hoping that would deter persons from transporting and moving around the territory with illegal, with guns and so forth. And I look forward to the patrons feeling safe within this community, as it has been a community where we are supposed to be safe. So I look forward to that. I mean, we've heard other members speak about the guns and how they get into the communities, to the territory, and it's quite concerning. And we need to do what is necessary for us to beef up the security and also show where there's that level of respect for the police in our communities. I often speak about a few years ago when you're driving on the road and you're talking on your cell phone, you see police would pop up from anywhere, and you would quickly drop your phone. You would drive with your seatbelts on, and when you slip, you would get a ticket. Madam Speaker, when you're driving now, you have no care because you don't expect the police to give you a ticket. You have, vehicles on the roadways, not even licensed, not even insured, but the operators feel safe operating in the territory because seemingly the lack of enforcement. Madam Speaker, we need to implore the Commissioner of Police to take these things serious, where you operate on the roadways, your vehicle is licensed, your vehicle is insured, you wear your seatbelt, you have that fear that you might see a police within a community. And, coming out of that, it was announced that you would see more patrols. We even have a rise where vehicles are being stolen. This is something that you never heard about in our community. Somebody stealing a vehicle. I mean, you might hear somebody go joyriding or something, but to say you are stealing vehicles, that is something that is new to us. So persons who also, leave their keys in the vehicle, be mindful of this new practice. But, I look forward to a safe festival. And, as we criticize the police, I just want to acknowledge them for the work that they have been doing, especially for the murders. I understand that the reaction time was quite quickly to get on the scene of the shooting that took place. So we applaud them and we encourage them to keep and to police our territory. Madam Speaker, as we offer back to our friend the condolences, I just want to offer condolences to those who have passed in this community. We laid to rest Ali Verne on Saturday. I acknowledge her family, her husband, her children. May they find comfort as they go through this grieving period, as well as our SG, or Solicitor General, who sits in with us here in this house, as she will lay her father to rest. And we also have within my constituency, Ms. Naya Peters. She also passed, and I offer my sincere condolences. And to Jamal Freeman, his family, I offer my words of comfort to the family in my constituent as well, and may they find comfort during this tough time as they go through the grieving process. Madam Speaker, as we go through these times, we also offer prayers to those that are sick, those that are shut in, those that are in the communities. I was able to visit one of my seniors yesterday who just got out of the hospital, and she's doing well. She listens to the house quite often, and she asked me to tell the members to behave themselves, because listening to the house now is becoming a bit difficult when members seem to have no decorum and they say certain things. And she said, I just turn off my radio when I hear it sometimes, because a sick are you going on in the house. So I just ask members to be mindful that persons are listening within the community, and we should conduct ourselves in a proper manner. Madam Speaker, I offer congratulations also as the leader of the opposition to Mr. Robin Gall as he retires. I wish him well on his future endeavors. I know the acting premier would say a bit more as he served in the financial services industry for time. I also congratulate Ms. Rena Festival, Ms. Rena, for being a namesake for this special 70th year celebration of our festival. And I also think about the queens within our community. I acknowledge Ms. Adonis for winning the Queen Show. We also had Mr. and Mrs. Junior, BVI, Prince and Princess, and I just want to congratulate all of them. I know going up for a show is nothing easy, and the preparation and the scrutiny. I sat at the Queen Show, I could see the nervousness on the contestants. And I know Honorable Lou, she was a queen at one time, and she would know how nervous that could be. As the leader of the opposition is asking me if I know what it takes to be and the queen should stay. So I just had to relay to people that have spoken about it. I haven't done any such queen shows or king show, but I could understand, and I congratulate them for even, putting themselves forward. And I know Miss Adonis, she's down in Antigua to the JC show. I think that would happen tomorrow, and we wish her well, as well as the other participants and the first runner-up, Danielle Hodge as well. As we offer our thanks, Madam Speaker, not long past, and I mean it's not officially turned over, but the Filipino, the association there, they donated rebuilding the bus stop there by Station Avenue, and I just want to acknowledge them for even taking up that task. And I know there is a service organization who would also be doing the bus stop there by the hospital, and I look forward to that coming to fruition. So again, I acknowledge the Filipino community for their donation. I mean, I think they just prime it and they're supposed to complete the painting within the community. I also want to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, persons within my community who took up the challenge to donate to those persons in St. Vincent. And the shipping company came and collected the 24 barrels and packages from my office yesterday. And I just want to thank those persons that donated, especially the business community who donated brand new clothes and boots and toys and so forth. And the other persons that donated lightly used goods, stuff, clothes, shoes, canned items, those that donated money, hygiene stuff, personal hygiene stuff. So I just want to acknowledge those persons within my constituency who heeded the call and went above and beyond to contribute, because as the leader of the opposition said earlier, when we were in time of need, persons reached out to us and assisted us. And it's only fair that we do what we can, whereas it's, the little means much when God is in it. So I just want to acknowledge them and thank them. And also I know the Premier, on behalf of the government, he is donating $200,000 each to each of those islands. Madam Speaker, as we celebrate our festival, last night I had the privilege to be on stage, and I encourage persons to eat their fungi and fish, because we know that is our main dish. I know I heard Honorable Walwyn speak about the USVI taking that dish from us, but I got a call from a family member in the USVI who migrated there and said they too, that has been their dish for some years. I presume it was unofficial, but they too utilize that dish. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, because she told me she heard him and she just wanted to make mention of that. But I encourage persons to eat our national dish. Let's continue to promote it, because as I said last night, this is what our slaves were given by the slave masters back when we were enslaved, and it was the corn meal that they used and made it into fungi, and they had mackerel at that time, and they were rationed to get that when they were slaves. So we've continued the tradition, and I encourage persons to go out and enjoy our fungi and fish. Madam Speaker, I heard the members speak about our infrastructure. That has been the cry, and I too feel bad as to where we are with our infrastructure. It's not strange that the Minister of Finance knows that in order to get our infrastructure in place, we need to put the monies there. And the assurance was there that this loan for $100 million should be coming soon. Madam Speaker, I know about 40 million would go into our road infrastructure. About 11 million would go into our sewage infrastructure. About 8 million should go into our water infrastructure to upgrade our distribution system. And Madam Speaker, of that, 10 million should be going into the administration complex. Members have asked what is happening with the administration complex. And there's no secret, yes, that after the hurricanes of 2017, the government received a check for $11 million from the insurance. But in all fairness, after all the remedial works, the glaze in the windows, the doors, the mold, adding a new elevator, adding the new basement, we would need about 30 million to get the administration complex, in excess of 30 million to get the administration complex back up and running. I know right now there's an expression of interest at the Ministry of Finance to do all the inside work, all the infrastructural work on the inside, so that we would be able to then eventually move in. So, that would include the mechanical, the electrical, the plumbing, the sprinkler system, the fire safety system, the ICT system, and to outfit the areas for where the offices would be going. So we await the issuance of that EOI, expression of interest from the Ministry of Finance. We have the elevator on the western end that is about halfway complete, and we look forward to that being installed, the complete elevator being installed shortly. So I just wanted to highlight that from the $100 million, those are what the works that should be assigned to the ministries to get certain things going. And we, Deputy Acting Premier, we know the importance of our infrastructure, and I think we need to prioritize our infrastructure. The cries have been loud, and it's no secret the dire state that our infrastructure is in today. Madam Speaker,
Members, please be respectful.
Madam Speaker, the member for the second is disturbing me, and I'm not sure what he's telling me. I allowed him to speak without interruption, even though he tried to get my attention there. But, Madam Speaker, our infrastructure is bad. It's no secret there, and we're hoping to see some movement on our infrastructure shortly. My patience is running thin there, and I think It's only about so much we can take with what is happening with our infrastructure. I can't get anything done without money. And the promise for money to come is there. And we wait patiently for that. Madam Speaker, some of the works that is happening within our community, and I'm happy to hear all the things that are happening. We had a very successful Christmas in July. That is something to celebrate. I saw a picture of the week last week where we had 3 American Airlines playing on our tarmac. I think those are things that we should celebrate, and we look forward to when there'll be 5, as it's scheduled to have 5 in the upcoming season. We see some of the works that is taking place in the Rotown area as we prepare for the celebration. I know the representative for the 4th district, she has been quite keen and making sure that the things look decent in the district for the 70th celebration. And we'll continue to work with them, through public works to get those works done. The water issues, the road issues, money. Water and sewage, they're doing the best that they can with the resources that they have. I understand what is happening on Just Van Dyke. We sent over the men, the equipment, but it is the same thing that is happening throughout the territory. You hear the cries for water in all communities. We were able to, through the RDA, to sign a contract 2 weeks ago where we'll be doing leak detection with a company so that we can identify where these leaks are and also get them repaired so that we would be able to have more water to the residents. That is something that this has been in train from last year through the RDA, and it was just signed. They're also supposed to add the water meters to the reservoirs, and so that we can get a proper assessment. We are receiving the water that is leaving the reservoir, just to confirm that we're getting value for money and to understand where these leaks are. So those are things that are in train with the water in the territory. And I am eager to hear what the results from the leak detection come up with, because especially in the 3rd district, we know that there are quite a lot of leaks. We did a leak detection exercise there a couple of years ago, and we'll now revisit the area. But all this falls within the aging infrastructure. You fix a pipe today, breaks tomorrow. So with this $8 million from this loan, we're hoping to make some major impact in terms of the distribution system. Madam Speaker, as you know, I sit and I get a lot of blows for where we at and with the road infrastructure. I know I did a press conference sometime in April. Excited that the Premier signed a contingency warrant for $1.8 million. $400,000 is supposed to buy high definition pipes, HDPE pipes. And $1.4 million is to buy material and for a local company to actually resurface about 6 miles of road. Madam Speaker, at that press conference, I said that Cabinet approved this money, and we are waiting for the contracts to be vetted so that these contracts can be signed so that we can get these works done. The member sitting across there also his company would be providing some of the material that we need. And, you know, we were all excited about getting these roads done, and I thought we would have gotten it done through before the season. But, Madam Speaker, I understand that the vetting process is something that needs to be scrutinized, and I am not a lawyer to do any vetting. Maybe I should have asked Honorable Walwin there to assist us. But, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that some of our systems need to be looked at, because it can take about 3 months to get a contract. And I mean, everybody is complaining about resources, but something as critical as the infrastructure, you know, I just wish that we would have gotten a bit more priority in terms of getting those contracts back. But, Madam Speaker, we finally got the last contract back, and hopefully we should see some action happening in the next couple of weeks after the season. But I say that to say that the efforts to do some road resurfacing has been there. You know, I reached out, I told the Premier, in the absence of the loan, we need to do these road resurfacing, and he obliged, but we still end up waiting, and we're here. Madam Speaker, there's quite a lot of contracts that we're sitting waiting on. And we're hoping that with the additional resources that we would be able to get these contracts from the agency as quickly as possible. Those include a wall that was undermined with some rains from last year at Harspat. Some other tenders, Carrot Bay, CD Fence. We also have the shutters for Market Square. Those are some of the things that we're waiting on. I know the vendors would be happy when that project starts. The economic zone at Huntom's Gut, we're also waiting for that contract so that we can get that project completed. We talk about the incubator. This is our 4-step entrepreneur program where we'll have persons be able to have a brick and mortar location, and we're working with the trade department to get the program going so that once the building is completed, once the buildings are completed, those persons that are interested would then have the process started and would move right in with all the credentials and all the proper training to get the business going. So those are things that we have coming on stream, Madam Speaker, that we're hoping would happen in the short term. Madam Speaker, I was also happy to see the signing of a contract for the basis for the solar lights that would be happening throughout the territory. I know we have some going from Packwood Pond to West End. We have a couple on Just Van Dyke. We have some on Anegada and on Virgin Gorda. And we look forward to doing more solar lights. I mean, that money was made available last year, and you know, we're just now going through the process in terms of getting that completed. So I'm hoping by October that we would be able to see the solar lights installed. I know we spoke about Windy Hill based on the funds that was allocated in the budget, and we had some outstanding invoices from last year. I would have to confirm with my department if there's enough monies to complete the works on Windy Hill, the lights at Windy Hill. I think that project came up to about $100 or $90,000 or something to that extent to get those lights installed. It would be good though if maybe we can put solar lights in that area, and because we are moving towards more renewable energy. And I must acknowledge the STEP program. The general manager for the BVI Electricity Corporation told me that he got a good price for the equipment, and we would be doing the pilot project with about the first 20 homes in the upcoming months. So I must applaud him for staying resolute in terms of moving towards generating energy at a more cheap and a sustainable manner, because we know the cost of fuel fluctuate, and we are trying to be less reliant on fossil fuel. And the solar project on Anegada, where we are supposed to see at least 90% of the energy being produced on Anegada would come from this solar farm. That should come on stream at the end of this year. So, Madam Speaker, those are things that we are doing within the communities. Things may seem a bit slow, but they're on stream. And if you listen to just some voices, you would think that nothing is happening. But we embrace the double standard era that we're in, and we embrace the things that are being said, because members sometimes tend to forget. Some of them, most of them, forget that they were on this side. Madam Speaker, and I speak of that because I recall, I just wanted to throw this in there. I recall sometime back when I got elected and we were doing bush cutting, and we were trying to split them up during that time, and you heard some members say, it's so good to see that we could get bush cutting, because while we were in opposition, we didn't even know when the bush was being cut. But it's good that as a government we include everybody, the full 13 members, so that their communities are not left behind. Madam Speaker, when we go through these exercises, all members are included. When we go through the rainfalls and we have heavy rain, members are called to engage contractors. We don't leave anybody out, and we continue to be inclusive. So, Madam Speaker, I'm happy that we all are here fighting for people, fighting for our constituents. And at times I hope that we could all be fighting the same fight and going on the same road, but at times we tend to differ, but eventually we'll get there. And Madam Speaker, as we come upon the weekend of celebrations, again, I just encourage persons to be safe, have a good time, remember the reason for festivities. And I too would be encouraging the seniors from my district to come on parade day. We have a tradition where we have a tent there with music from the DC4 Strong Band. They would be there entertaining the seniors there in the sunny Caribbean parking lot. Come out, sit down, and enjoy yourselves, and enjoy the parade. I understand the acting premier would also be in a troupe coming up the parade route. And we look forward to the celebration. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I thank you, and I wish everybody a safe and enjoyable festival 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the acting premier, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not normally a long speaker. Is it? It's on? Thank you. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to the House for, among other things, agreeing to forego items on our normal agenda, such as statements. I would normally have made a statement on the retirement of Mr. Robin Gall from the chairmanship of the Financial Services Commission after 22 years, I believe. So today, I simply join with my colleagues, the Leader of the Opposition and the Minister for Communications in saying thank you to him as he retires. It's very appropriate, of course, for the leader of the opposition to especially thank him, because I believe it was during his time as Minister of Finance, am I correct, that he was appointed to serve as chairman of the board. He was appointed in 2002, which was the beginning of the Financial Services Commission, as a member, but it was in 2006. So yes, I am correct, that he assumed the chairmanship and did so until the end of last month. We all know Robin Gall, and he's a friend of many of us, and so I can refer to him as Robin, as a quiet but very effective leader of the board. He was powerful and in his quiet way, and very inspiring. You didn't cross Robin successfully. As a result of his leadership, Madam Chair, the British Virgin Islands became one of the leading jurisdictions in the field of financial services. Robin was aligned to the mission of the Commission, which was for stability, efficiency, and integrity. And in the words of the current Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Ken Baker, his unwavering visionary leadership and the exemplary work ethic made the Financial Services Commission Board a most respected one here in the BVI and beyond. So my thanks to Mr. Robin Gall in his retirement for his 22 years of service as he assumes private life, and I do so on behalf of all of the members of this House of Assembly. Madam Chair, the leader of government business, as we all know, is away on duty travel. But I take this opportunity to say that on this side of the aisle, we will not allow the opposition to define us. Madam Chair, we will not allow the opposition to define us. and neither should members of the public. Judge for yourselves and come to your own conclusion in terms of our effectiveness. Madam Speaker, I always speak the truth. It may be painful at times. I give credit where credit is due, and I make comments or I give comments that would require or that I hope would lead to improvement when this is necessary. Yes, there are things that the government can do better, but the government does some things better, does do some things well. One area is the area that comes within the Ministry of Financial Services, and that is the area of financial services that comes within my Ministry of Financial Services, Labor and Trade, and the other pertains to tourism in terms of the number of persons who visit the territory, as was so ably spoken to by Honorable Luce from the 4th District. Madam Speaker, speaking of our financial services figures, I am very pleased to say today that our financial services figures in terms of new incorporations are up 11% over last year. I repeat, our figures are up 11% in terms of new incorporations over last year. So when you hear persons on the opposite side saying that they never get information, this is simply not true. It is too soon for me to establish a connection between our recent visit to Asia and those figures. But, Madam Speaker, as I've said before, I don't travel and come back empty-handed. And I am willing to take a bet that there is some connection. But I will return to our financial services later on to speak about other areas. Madam Speaker, when one ministry or one area of government fails, all of us fail. As we have heard from the opposition, as well as from the government, our infrastructure leaves much to be desired. Madam Speaker, our bad roads, I am sad to say, although there is hope, and as the late Aubrey used to say, help is on the way, our bad roads are now a way of life. And I will give you an example. When I say a way of life, even among our young people. And our young people, who I will come back to as well, are very switched on and brilliant when it comes to technology. About 2 weeks ago, I was invited to, I think it was called a boot camp for teenagers put on by the Branson Center. And of those, they brought in people from Jamaica, two persons from Jamaica, to lead this training, this boot camp. And they were all trained for a week, about 25 young people just leaving high school. They were all trained in what is referred to as biz pitching. of the 7 of the biz pitches that I listened to, 3 of them were around improving our potholes, fixing our potholes. In fact, a couple of them were developing apps to tell you how to avoid the, as my friend on the other side likes to say, how to avoid the Bragadam Bam. How it goes? Bragadam, whatever it is. I can't even say it. How to avoid potholes. I take this opportunity, though, Madam Speaker, to thank Kim, Brianna, and the persons from the Branson Center for putting on that very important training for our young people. That was the more important point that I wanted to make. But, Madam Speaker, in terms of our young people, there was much said about them and unemployment, and I'd like to also correct the point made about the high unemployment figures in the British Virgin Islands. I take my figures, or I use figures based on what the Central Statistics Office tells me, and that office tells me that it is much lower than 5%. We have always been in the region of 2.5%, 3%. So if it's lower than 5%, it could well be there. But that's as far as they would go. But more on young people. I also hear, not today, but regularly I hear about us not preparing our young people for the future in financial services. Madam Speaker, I am very pleased to announce that in June or late May of this year, we were able to put about 22 young men and women to work in our financial services firms, as well as I have 2 in my ministry, and I believe there is 1 in the Office of the Attorney General. And they will spend their summer learning about financial services. We call the program a Future Leaders Program, and it's all around financial services. It's going very well, and I want to commend the staff in my office, as well as a young man in the financial services, at BVI Finance rather, for putting the program together. I should say very specifically, my private secretary, Ms. Kyla Forbes, for putting it together. Madam Speaker, I said before that when one part of the government fails, the other side also fails. And so I speak to both the successes and the failures as I know them. I think, Madam Speaker, that there is a lot more that the government can do with its communications. And I will use agriculture as an example. I saw on one of the chat groups that a very long-awaited piece for agriculture for the abattoir had finally arrived in the territory after people had been complaining, or farmers, especially with festival coming up, they needed to be able to slaughter their animals and so on for sale. And I saw on the chat group that this piece of equipment, I think it's called a compressor, had arrived and was being installed. Now, it isn't everybody that has a chat group. And it isn't everybody that even goes to the government website. But my point is, we must find a way to communicate with the public better in terms of what we are doing. In terms of my ministry itself, the Ministry of Financial Services, Labor and Trade, Madam Speaker, the ministry is an important driver of this economy. When the areas that come under that ministry, financial services, labor, trade, and so on, when they prosper, we do well, or the BVI does well. I will try to outline progress in some of those areas, in fact, in each of those areas. But it's important that our people listen and grasp the opportunities and get on, use these opportunities to strengthen their businesses so that the whole economy can prosper. We all know, Madam Speaker, that business, especially small business, is the backbone of any economy. Madam Speaker, I mentioned, if I may go back a little bit to speak a little bit more about the communications problem that we have. I believe I heard a couple of persons speak to the issue of the cultural center, the old cultural center that came down. There was such a song and dance about it, and the history that the government had destroyed or that was lost. I don't consider myself to be a relic. I might be a couple of years older than the leader of the opposition, but, Madam Speaker, I was a part of the planning for that cultural center. And it served its purpose. It was an excellent facility. It was not optimally constructed. It ended up, first of all, the acoustics were terrible. Thanks to Peter Island Yacht Club, or the owners, I should say, we were able to get the acoustics improved. Then there was the water problem in the area in terms of the construction, and it became almost impossible to be used after a while. And so, as I said, Madam Speaker, it served its purpose. Yes, it's great to talk last. Set the record straight. My point in raising it, Madam Speaker, is to simply say that all the furor and hoopla and song and dance could have been avoided if a simple statement had gone forward by the ministry responsible to say that this was going to happen and what was planned. And in fact, we have an excellent story to tell in terms of plans, because that whole area is intended to become a performing arts area. So if we were to say those things, then you wouldn't have people coming up with the information, wrong information, that they come up with. And while we're on the subject, Madam Speaker, there's one other thing I want to correct. It is my understanding that the funds for the center came from the ministry and not from the tourist board. That is my understanding. Madam Speaker, if I may now turn to business and start with the micro and the small, medium-sized enterprise grants program. I'd like to thank the Premier. In fact, I'd like to thank this entire House for approving $100,000 in the budget for 2024. The grant program targets existing businesses initially, and the objective is to try to stabilize critical sectors. Eligibility is very simple, a simple application, and the businesses should be owned by nationals, BVI lenders, and in future years, we expect that startups and new businesses will be covered by this grant. The grants, it's $100,000, so we have decided that the grants would be, in the region from $1,000 to $7,000. And it could be used for capital, inventory, management, technology, and so on, with the objective of building resilience and entrepreneurship. Madam Speaker, there is a point that I have to make that is not a very easy one for me to say. I saw my colleague struggle to say what I am going to say. This, Madam Speaker, this grant has been around from January, in fact, November, when the budget was passed. I kept getting asked, when would it be available? And I gave the date of April. I was asked again, and I probably gave the date of May. And so it became so bad that I became, for this and other things where I give dates, a person who never delivers. Talk is cheap. Madam Speaker, I think I've said before in terms of process, before a matter gets approval from government, it goes through a process of the Ministry of Finance, and then it goes to the Attorney General's chambers. Madam Speaker, that matter stayed in the Attorney General's office for 3 months. Now, Madam Speaker, I am not saying that it was just sitting around, because I know that there is a challenge in terms of resources, but the private sector cannot wait. And I wish that we, or that public servants, understood that their salaries are guaranteed, but the private sector, business community, theirs is not. And I'm not generalizing, Madam Speaker. There are persons in the public service who work 24/7 and who will do whatever it takes to get a matter to where they can take it to. And I commend them. I commend persons in my office, my ministry. I commend other persons in the public service. But, Madam Speaker, we have to move with greater purpose and alacrity in the public service. Madam Speaker, leave me alone. You use your phone, I use my cards. Not for the records. Call it what you want. Madam Speaker, my ministry.
Members, please be respectful and
Thank
stop
you, Madam
interrupting.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, my office has obviously been very busy. And as the Deputy Speaker asked, he asked a very valid question, whether we are doing our best or whether we are doing what is required. Madam Speaker, in my ministry, we are doing both. We do our best and we do what is required. In terms of the labor management system, I'm very proud to say that it is up and running and that training continues vigorously. We are not just asking people to come into the trade department to learn how to use the system, but we are going out to the businesses to show them and to explain to them how the system works. There is lots of excitement around it because it means that the time it takes to complete the work permit process is halved and persons can just get on. In fact, that serves to improve the whole labor environment and the whole labor processes as far as the Department of Labor and Workforce Management is concerned. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased that the staff is highly motivated and that workforce development can work even better as persons have time to concentrate more on making sure that BVI landers are given preference when it comes to work. In terms of the negatives, and this doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the department itself, but Madam Speaker, I remember very early on that the Premier and I met very early on in this administration. The Premier and I met with a number of businesses. And one of the complaints was the fact that government would hire persons brought in, whether it's from the Philippines, Guyana, Jamaica, wherever they're coming from. Government would take these people and hire them in their offices. I think it's wrong. I think that I certainly would discourage it. When government knows that somebody is working in the private sector, they have no right to take that person from the private sector and hire them, whether it is as security, whether it's as an accountant, whatever it is. It is very unfair to persons in the private sector. Madam Speaker, I mentioned our financial services and the June numbers that are up. It may sound a little strange, but I now talk a little bit about the Miss BVI competition. What does it have to do with financial services? A question was asked or the question that was asked of the contestants was around how could they improve financial services regulations to make the BVI competitive or some such thing. Madam Speaker, when I saw the question, I was at the show, but by that time I had left. When I saw the question the next day, everybody assumed it came from me. Let me set the record straight. I would never have asked such a question. My words were, I would have struggled had I been asked that question, standing in front of 1,500 people, knowing little or nothing about financial services, and to be asked that question, it was grossly unfair. But it is what it is, and we have a winner. Good winner, too. I say that to say, Madam Speaker, that it was a wake-up call for me. We need to do even more in terms of educating our young people in financial services and what it means. We didn't have to ask about regulations. You don't need to teach young people about regulations, under the age of 17 or whatever it is. But we do need to do more in financial services, and I am determined. In fact, I've had an initial conversation with one firm about the possibility of reintroducing training in financial services, a program that was started by my colleague from the 6th district. And I believe I don't think it's as active as it used to be. Madam Speaker, in terms of public registers, I raise it because there is a new administration in the United Kingdom, and I know that the whole issue of public registers, it's always been around, but it may become even more, if you want to put it, it could become more of an issue. I'd like to say, and to make it clear, that the ministry continues to work with the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office to agree on what constitutes a legitimate interest as the basis for allowing access to our register. And this is the same position that other Crown dependencies and overseas territories have taken. In addition, we plan to have a framework for public registers to be utilized or to be examined. We plan to have this in place by the middle of 2025. That is by June of next year. All of the legislation, platform, and everything is being prepared for this period of time. And, Madam Speaker, I have mentioned to you that it will be necessary for this House. I'm sorry, end of August doesn't do it. We have to go right through to the end of September because we have about 14 pieces of legislation that have to be passed by the end of September if we are to meet the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force. So we are going to be very busy, Madam Speaker, with your permission, for the next few months. Madam Speaker, in terms of the minimum wage, I'm not going to be long on it. I will simply say a promise made, a promise kept. Again, it took us a little while to get to this point. We did promise April, and for the reason that I mentioned before, we were not able to deliver until June. The member from the 6th talked about making sure that persons have enough money to be able to live or to keep as much money in their pockets as possible. I totally agree with him, and I'd like him to know that, in fact, this government is not asleep. This government continues to work for the people, and we are examining the possibility of raising the threshold for taxation to $15,000 a year, from $10,000 to $15,000 a year for persons who are getting this minimum wage. I am also working with businesses or supermarkets especially to establish what we call a basket of goods, essential goods, you know, flour, rice, chicken, fish, Pampers, whatever is essential, so that we can keep those goods at a price so that they cannot be raised. I have also been talking to retail persons about the possibility of I lost my trend. We've been talking to the retailers as well about other areas that we could use to make sure that the prices do not go through the roof. And most importantly, perhaps, is for us to operationalize the Consumer Protection Unit, because it is the only way that we can ensure that there is no price gouging, if you want to put it that way, and that persons in the BVI are not taken advantage of. It will mean hiring at least 2 persons. The legislation is there, as you know, but it is part of the Trade Commission Act. And if we are going to go forward with the commission, then all well and good in October or November. If not, we will have to make some small changes to enable us to use the legislation. In terms of, I know what I was going to say in terms of retailers. Retailers have also talked about the fact that we may need to explore a 2-tiered system in terms of customs duty, so that, Madam Speaker, people who are importing, businesses who are importing, import at a particular rate of duty, and persons who are importing for their own use will do so at another rate. But all those things are to be explored very, very carefully. In terms of businesses, Madam Speaker, I am so pleased to announce that we didn't just hold a banking expo as a groundbreaking event, but that it was an event that produced results. I had my follow-up meeting with the banks, and, Madam Speaker, it was so inspiring. Getting the banks together with the businesses was exactly what was needed. To have the banks listen to testimonials from businesses about their frustration in getting access to banks was very effective. At that very first follow-up meeting, I had one bank, and I come to your point, member from the 6th, where you say that you said that you cannot get unsecured financing, I think, from banks. I believe you were talking more about for restaurant business or something. Generally, I was pleased that one bank, I don't want to call the name of the bank, but in fact it's public, Republic Bank, I think it's something like $500,000 is available. And it's on Facebook, it's on their page for loans up to a certain amount. It's not, yes, but it's a start. You can do things with it. Yes, and then it's a start, as I said. It's an unsecured loan. Then another bank has said that they would be able to give, they have established a facility for what they call unincorporated businesses, and they will give up to $1 million. So it's not just piggy bank stuff. What I'm doing at the moment, Madam Speaker, is speaking with the banks to see if I can put together all of the offerings in one area so that businesses can very easily access the opportunities that are available to them. Madam Speaker, I want to speak very briefly to this cleanup of the country. And I'm not going to go back to the rated program. I accept that it is not working. We need to fix it. We need to get sufficient money in it. It needs to be properly managed. Very often it is frustrating. As the leader of the opposition said, between him and me, we were told we were going to get 5 persons to clean up our area, and all we have ended up with is frustration. But I'm an optimist, and I believe it's going to be fixed. And I'm told that some of it, at least in our area of McNamara, it might be fixed between now and festival. I am happy to let the member for the 2nd know that the toilets at Bruce Bay are the restroom facility. This is the 2nd time you've had to correct me. The restroom facilities at Bruce Bay are now fixed, completed, not fixed because they're new, completed. I am told in a couple of weeks. But that's excellent progress. Madam Speaker, I just want to speak very briefly. I've mentioned the public service before. I just want to encourage people to always give of their best. I have had negative incidents reported to me from my ministry, so it's all around. I want to speak briefly to some of the points that were made earlier by the opposition, starting with the leader of the opposition. He made a couple of excellent points that I should refer to. I think I spoke to the banking issue, the issue of insurance. I'm honest. We've tried, we are trying. Through the Financial Services Commission, we have been trying. We've looked at what is it? Not parametric, parametric insurance. We've looked at peer-to-peer. Neither is relevant to our circumstances. And we are still looking for a solution. I believe that your idea of having a national conversation on how to address this insurance issue is one that is relevant and one that we should accept. Having said that, though, we all know that insurance costs, and I know it's cold comfort, but high insurance costs is not just something common to the British Virgin Islands. It's a global issue, and especially those of us who are living in this part of the world, from Florida down, have this problem. But we need to find a solution to it in terms of helping our people. Madam Speaker, in terms of the Commission of Inquiry, I think we are all keen to get past the recommendations, or when I say get past them, get them approved so that we can get on with the business. And the business of running the country, and we can cry really freedom. The leader of the opposition, I think it was, who talked about what the US does in terms of that program that they brought on. I think it was during President Obama's time. The TARP program. We don't have that luxury of being able to print money so that we can do a TARP, but I think I've spoken to some of the things that we in the BVI are doing to help our people. Madam Speaker, the final thing I want to speak to before wishing everybody a happy festival and speak to our athletes is this whole issue of crime. Madam Speaker, I too want to express my sadness and sympathy and to extend condolences to the family of young Jareem Todman, who passed away, or who was shot fatally in the early hours of Sunday morning. I don't know what the circumstances were, but whatever they were, it is another BVI lander. It is another young man, another young person. He is the child of a BVI lander who is now in pain, and we have to do whatever is needed to do, 13 of us, to stem this wave of crime in the British Virgin Islands. Whether it is putting our heads together, whether it is asking the United Kingdom to give us some very targeted and specific help, whether it is to appeal to our community to help, to cooperate with the police, we have to do whatever we need to do. In addition to the pain of the community, our reputation is suffering. The instability that crime brings does not help the British Virgin Islands. All of us, Madam Speaker, have to do something to stem, as I said before, this wave of crime. Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the 4 athletes that are in Paris. Again, I watched a wonderful interview with young Thadletsum by Carrier Christopher on Sunday, I believe it was. Or I watched it on Sunday. And those of you who haven't seen it, I urge you to watch it. He's a very articulate, mature young man, and he was very sure of where he wants to go. I was, of course, very pleased that he acknowledged the contribution that the government has given to him for the sports and to acknowledge the contribution that government gives to our athletes in terms of their sporting activities. And I wish all 4 of them, Thad, Adisha, Kyron, what was the 4th one? And Rikoy, well, in Paris. Finally, Madam Speaker, I said it last night, I put it on my Facebook page. I am also having a tent during festival, August Monday, I should say, for seniors, but my tent is for seniors from the sister islands. I'm grateful that the ferries have given me an excellent discount so that I can bring them over, bring them up, down, across. I will be providing a meal for them, and I noticed, and drinks of course. No, they'll be here around 11. I'm very pleased that there is this, emphasis. Are you having one too? I noticed that, I'm pleased that there is this emphasis on seniors this year. And those who aren't doing it, I'm grateful that my colleague, Minister of Health, has offered to help, and I will be asking. So I will invite all seniors from Anegada, Virgin Gorda, and Joost van Dyke to join me, a senior as well, on August Monday, when we will all view what I hope will be the finest, most exciting, fun-filled parade in many years. I wish everyone a happy and a safe festival as we celebrate 70 years of festival and 190 years of freedom. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, I recognize a member for the 8th District.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to, with beg your indulgence, I want to raise on a point of privilege, please, Madam Speaker.
Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, earlier when I spoke, it was remiss of me to acknowledge persons who had passed, not mention one of my constituents, Ms. Alavon Smith Harrigan, who actually was a constituent in my district for many years, in the Harrigan family, who has been like family to me growing up in that district. So I want to, at this time, and Alavon is very close to my wife, Joy, and a very good family friend. I want at this time just express condolences to the Harrigan family, to Glenn, her husband, and the children that they deal with this difficult time and this loss of Alavon. She was a patriot to this country through the banking industry and through her many philanthropy and endeavors with many persons within this territory, and she'll be sorely missed within the walls of not just the bank, but in the hollow walls of the entire Virgin Islands. And I want to just put that on the record, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the Clerk?
Item number 10, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the adjournment. And while I'm on my feet, I want to endorse the point, the condolences expressed by my colleague from the 8th for Aliburn Smith Harrigan, who passed away. I do so as she was such a pillar of the banking community for many years. There was a lot I learned about her even at the funeral that I was at. And I do want to also express my condolences and the best wishes and hope for strength and God's grace for her family, her husband Glenn, her brothers, sisters, and other relatives who are left to mourn.
I'm sorry, why am I having all these members looking to rise? I did not get a date for the adjournment.
Madam Speaker, we should reconvene on Thursday, the 2nd, Thursday, the 1st of August at 10 a.m.
Thank you.
I raise the second motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. This House is now adjourned until the 1st of August, 2020.